Yes. Look at all this space. Yes, Ms McDonald.
Commissioner, we were going to tender some documents from the last time, but I understand a question has been raised about one document, so we'll return to that during the day.
Yes.
Other than that, I think we're ready to resume Mr. Harle's evidence.
All right, we might just have Councillor Harle re-sworn.
Thank you. I do.
Yes.
Mr. Harle, on the last occasion, you gave evidence on a number of matters, including your experience as a councillor, I think for about 17 years at Liverpool City Council.
Yes.
You were also, I also asked you some questions about your current role on the council. And in addition to being a councillor, you also identified that you were the deputy mayor.
Yes, it was.
Are you still the deputy mayor?
No, that's a 12-month position and it concluded about 2 weeks ago.
Right. That was at the council meeting of the 24th of September.
Yes.
At that meeting, there was a notice of motion put forward for the election of the deputy mayor.
Yes.
Now, you stood.
Sorry?
You stood or you nominated.
I was nominated. I did not nominate myself. That was a condition I suggested to the councillors, that the only way I would accept the position of deputy mayor if the councillors nominated me in both instances, the previous one and this one, and that was the case.
But you accepted the nomination.
Yes, I did.
The notice of motion for the election, that was moved by the mayor and Councillor McNaught.
I believe so.
Look, we might bring up the minutes of that meeting. Could INQ.072.001.0011 be brought up and it can be live streamed? You see their minutes of the ordinary meeting of the 24th of September.
Yes.
And if we go through to page 5, please. Right down the bottom of it. Now, this was a motion to bring an item forward. So that's item COMO5, election of deputy mayor, be brought forward and dealt with now. And that was carried. And that motion was moved by the mayor and Councillor McNaught.
Yes.
And then if we go to the next page, we have the nominations. And if we can just move down the page. Keep on going for a minute. We've got the council decision. Now that was moved by Councillor McNaught and seconded by Councillor Amoon, about the various method of votings, etc.
Yes.
The actual, the bringing before council of an election for deputy mayor, who brought that to council? Like, did it come through a notice of motion forwarded or seconded by somebody?
The normal procedure is that it's part of the, I would say, the agenda of council, that the deputy mayor election occurs, and then the process is the deputy mayor position is nominated by 2 councillors, and that then is voted on at council. I don't believe the notice of motion. It probably is a notice of motion, and hence in this case, Councillor McNaught and Councillor Amoon moved the motion.
And you were nominated by 2 councillors and you accepted that nomination?
Yes, I reluctantly accepted the nomination.
You didn't have to accept it, did you?
I know. It was debating that. I had intended initially not to accept the motion, the nomination, because I believed it should have been Councillor Green in the first place. Could have been it should have been her turn, if you like. That's what it should have been.
When you say it should have been Councillor Green in the first place,
Yes.
are you talking about in the previous year
Yes.
when you were appointed deputy
Yes.
mayor? Your view at that stage was it should have been Councillor Green.
It was a decision of whether it should be Councillor Green or Councillor or myself in the first term, and I had suggested that maybe Councillor Green should go, and her view was that no, Councillor, you've been a councillor for many years, and your expertise is probably needed in the first year of that term of council. So I accepted that on the basis that I would have suggested that Councillor Green be take the second year.
Well, given that, why didn't you refuse
I could have.
nomination?
I was put under, I guess you could say I was put under a certain amount of pressure that I wasn't very happy with, but I reluctantly agreed.
And if we go back to the previous page and stop the section which has got the table with the voting yes. If you can see there, you voted for yourself.
I did.
If you were so keen to get Councillor Green appointed, why didn't you vote for her?
I should have. I didn't. I regret not doing so.
And just looking at the votes, it seems with the exception of Dr. Green, you had the backing of the councillors representing the Labor Party and also the other independent.
Yes.
But Councillor Green voted for herself.
Yes.
And again, with the mayor, that was sufficient for her to have the numbers.
If you look at the voting is equal. And so I would suggest that the mayor used his casting vote.
All right. On the last occasion, you gave some evidence at part of the previous councils you were part of that you encouraged or approved of this idea of 12-monthly rotation of the deputy mayor position.
Yes.
But my recollection of your evidence was that that was your particular view and it wasn't a view that really was adopted by councils that you subsequently were part of.
It was a discussion we had with councillors, all councillors, that unofficially, if you like, councillors talk to each other, and we decided that my view was there are basically three parties in council. There are two independents, Labor and Liberal. And since it's a 4-year term, I thought the fair thing to do is that every party gets 1 year at it.
Right, can I stop you? You gave that evidence on the past
Yes, I think I did.
time. What I'm interested in is your evidence that was your view, but it didn't seem to have been adopted by a number of the councils that you were a councillor on.
Yes,
Now, from your description of what happened in September, it appears that it's now been accepted by this council at Liverpool City Council. Is that the case?
unfortunately, the dynamics of council have changed since the first year. So there are different views now to what we had at the beginning of the year. And consequently, Councillor Green, who was supposed to, in my view,
Yeah.
didn't get the position because of the changes in the dynamics of council.
When you speak about the dynamics of council changing, what are you referring to?
There was a certain amount of cooperation, if you like, between the councillors. We have similar points of view. But then as the year progressed, we have now, in my view, we have a council that is not as functional as it was at the beginning of the year.
And you're talking about the council that was elected in about September 2024.
Yes,
And you've identified that from the beginning of this year, 2025, the council hasn't been as functional as it was in the period September to December 2024.
yes.
What is the evidence that you rely upon, or your observations, to say that it hasn't been as functional from January of this year?
We have one councillor, and I describe him as a rogue councillor that has taken to the media to polarise council and councillors to a degree that wasn't there at the beginning of the year.
Well, that is as you've described it, a rogue councillor. That is only 1 out of 11.
Yes.
Do you base your opinion that it's not as functional on anything else?
No, it's to me, the only time that becomes an issue is at council meetings. Council functions normally in committee meetings and the like. We don't have issues. It's on the actual council meetings that there are issues. For example, councillors put up notices of motions on matters that they want addressed.
Mm-hmm.
Now, usually councillors vote on those matters, and I would say the vast majority of notices of motions, councillors are unanimous. It's rare that councillors actually have a division, where division is called. That, don't know what the percentage is, but as I say, it's very rare. But what happens is we have had several instances in the last 12 months of notices of motions that are not seconded, meaning there's nobody, no councillor other than the person who puts the notice of motion up agrees with that. and that has happened on several occasions, meaning that that councillor who put up those notices of motions hasn't discussed the issue prior to putting the notice of motions up, which means councillors don't see those notices of motions until the agenda is published.
But if nobody seconds it, a notice of motion, it just lapses.
Yes,
And at least if it's a notice of motion, it's in the agenda.
yes.
The other councillors are getting, what is it? The agenda usually goes out on the Friday.
Oh, we usually get it a week before the actual
About-
council meeting. So people have time to study it. Yes, I agree. And consequently, if councillors don't agree with it, and I have criticised it, some of those notice of motions are either illegal,
Oh, what, sorry?
in other words, they don't comply with the legalities of a notice of motion, and that has happened on several occasions. And councillors are reluctant to second it, and then it just simply, rather than someone second it and then you debate the issue, councillors would rather not debate the issue.
Can you give us an example of a notice of motion which didn't comply with the legalities?
Well, yes, I can. There was one instance where the councillor had asked for the mayor and another councillor to repay $20,000 donation, or I think it was a donation made to an overseas, sorry, yes, to Lebanon. I was going to say an overseas humanitarian aid program. And that was done. Now, sorry.
No, it's all right. It's a fine line, councillor, between getting enough amplification and too much. It's not
Yeah.
your fault at all. We're good to go. Thank you. Yeah, you continue.
Yes, so what happened is, incidentally, that notice of motion that was an urgency motion put up by a councillor, and I spoke against it initially, but then suggested I was not going to vote against the actual motion simply because I believed in the humanitarian aid. It can be withdrawn before it's published, it's up to the councillor. But once it's published, it can't be withdrawn. It has to be council has to discuss it at the meeting itself. Once it's published, it becomes public knowledge, and therefore I don't remember any of notice of motions ever being withdrawn unless it's prior to the meeting. It happens very, very rarely.
The function of the general manager to set the agenda, isn't it?
I think that was the CEO, yes.
Yes, sorry, the CEO in this context. And I had thought, although I might be wrong, that there's a provision in the Code of Meeting Practice that provides that nothing should be included in the agenda if, in the opinion of the CEO, it would be unlawful. But that the CEO has to report, I think, about the exclusion. Perhaps that might just be checked
Yes.
at some stage during the morning. Thank you.
Could you just excuse me? On this topic, if we can bring up INQ.009.001.0015. These are the minutes of the meeting of the 23rd of April, 2025. Oh, sorry, it's the agenda. I apologise. Page 344 to be live streamed. if you have a look at this notice of motion number 9, you can see the author is Councillor Rustevsky. If we can just very quickly look at the background, you can see there was a decision, it refers to the decision to allocate the $20,000 donation. I think if we can move through that page, if we can go to the next page, there we have the actual notice of motion. 1 and 2, a prohibition on further donations to overseas entities. The second one, to basically keep it within the Liverpool local government area. And number 3 is that the $20,000 be returned from the councillor's budget. In your evidence, I think you referred to the councillor, I think the mayor and another councillor pay it out of their own pocket. That seems to suggest that the councillor's budget, is that some kind of allocated funds for councillors within the council budget?
Yes, there is.
And then if we keep on, oh, stop there. We've got the acting chief executive officer's comments. I'll jump over the first 2 paragraphs, but in regard to recommendation 3, it says there's no councillor's budget from which to seek a return of funds. The donation has been made and is not recoverable, though it doesn't say it in terms. Maybe illegality is probably not a description, but maybe futile or doesn't actually make sense. Paragraph 3. Do you agree with that description of it?
I agree with it, that although there is a budget for councillors, but I can't see how that $20,000 could be taken out of that budget.
Okay. Well, I think in substance, that's what the 3rd paragraph
Yes.
is saying. And our understanding of this is that I won't take you to the minutes, but it was moved by Councillor Rustevsky, but there was no seconder, so it
Exactly.
just lapsed.
Yes, I was the deputy mayor at the time, and I believe the mayor declared a non-pecuniary interest, and he stepped down, and I was the chair of the meeting, I believe, and because there was no seconder, I ruled the motion invalid.
This is the agenda, so the minutes would record it as just having lapsed, I assume.
Yeah, I'll bring up the minutes.
No, it's all right. You can just tell me if you weren't going to go.
There's it does record 4 points of order, and it just says point of order raised by councillor, another one by councillor, one by the mayor, one by councillor, and then it's got council decision motion moved by councillor Stesky, seconded blank. The motion lapsed. There was no second.
Councillor, the fact that there were 4 points of order generated by this motion, is that going back to an observation you made earlier about the effect of this type of thing on council meetings?
This is the first time, this is the first term that I've noticed that notice of motions have lapsed. It's very, very rare in my previous terms of council, but in this term of council, it has occurred several times, at least 5 times. 5 notice of motions that I know of have not been seconded simply because councillors don't believe that the motions are valid. And I'm one of those councillors. I won't second a motion that I believe is invalid. And sadly, it does cause issues. What else do you do?
There's presumably a recording of this meeting so we can go to it if needs be. But do you remember this item coming up at the council meeting in April?
I remember this item coming up. It was debated. I gave an opinion as to why I don't believe we should be sending. I believe that the community, there would be a backlash from the community, as had occurred. This is not the first time this has happened. Council actually sent, over a period of some 10, 15 years, sent around about $60,000 total into overseas donation. And one incident that I remember, there was floods in Serbia. We need to remember Liverpool is a multicultural community, and we have a fairly large percentage of Serbian, Croatian, Lebanese in our community. And so I had suggested at the time, the mayor put up a motion to say that we should donate, I believe at the time, $10,000 to Serbia. And I asked, Mr. Mayor, do you realise or do you know that the federal government has already given money? And he said, no, I don't. So we voted, but I voted against it. And I can tell you the community backlash that I suffered, I managed to get many emails suggesting that I had no empathy, no sympathy for the people there. And hence I would not do that again. And I actually said the same thing at this meeting where we said we would donate 20,000 to Lebanon. I said, councillors, you need to be aware that the federal government normally does. This is not a local council. We shouldn't be doing this. And obviously the community thinks so too. And so further notices of motions came up along the lines of we shouldn't be donating money overseas at all. Well, that, to my view, that's wrong too, because we have community members that participate in sports and competitions and so on overseas, and we may pay their fees or some such thing. So if you have this blanket, you can't send money overseas, that would disadvantage those people. And therefore, when that type of motion came up, I did not second it. I would not have voted for it. And neither did any of the other councils.
Just leaving aside for the moment the merits of the motion or otherwise, just want to, Councillor Assisting has read from the minutes, I think, 4 points of order.
I think to be fair, we probably should.
Yes, yes.
Because the motion changed.
Oh, I see, yes.
The one in the agenda. So
Right.
it's INQ.009.001.0017. It's at page 6. Take me last. Go to page. Now, just stopping there, you can see notice of motion number 9, and it appears to follow the notice of motion in the papers for the meeting. But if we keep on going down the page, we get to the notice of motion, and you can see 3 has changed. The 20,000 be returned from the following councillors for missing council meetings. And then if we go to the next page, we have the mayor and 4 other councillors identified with a nomination of meetings that they allegedly missed and some kind of calculation of an amount they would pay because of missing meetings. And then you've got 4, prepare a councillor workshop to inform the development of a policy responding to donations related to disasters. And then you can see a number of people declare a pecuniary and significant interest. Can we keep on going? And then I think you, as you've said, assume chairperson.
Yes.
Then the mayor comes back, resumes chairperson, keep on going. Then we've got the 4 points of order, and then we've got the motion lapse as there was no second. Now, I think the Commissioner was asking you about the 4 points of order that are just recorded there. Can you recall what they were concerning?
I don't. I can't remember. I don't remember now.
Can I just ask you, with procedure, you've got a notice of motion that somebody lodges. For it to be progressed, you need a seconder.
Yes.
The fact that nobody seconded this notice of motion, should have that been identified very early on, because the motion would have lapsed then, and the time that appears to have been occupied with the motion may not have been required. Do you understand my point?
You don't want to waste time, I understand that. But in this instance, the motion is put. I would have said, I put the motion, and Councillor Istevsky would have moved it, and then I would have asked for a seconder. And you wait maybe 5 seconds, 10 seconds, nobody seconds it, and then I rule the motion is invalid, out of order, and we move on to the next motion. So the time wasted, if you like, is
Pretty minimal.
is not very much. It's maybe 2 or 3 minutes at most. So it's not as if you're taking up a lot of time.
And can I just note here, there then appears to be another motion that the community be informed of similar overseas donations made previously in the circumstances,
Yes.
and direct the CEO for a workshop to consider a donations policy.
Yes.
And that motion was declared carried and voted unanimously.
Yes, it was.
And as you've said, there appears to have been generated within the community some concern or criticism about the money being spent for that particular aid. The motion that was generated and was eventually carried seems a very good idea.
It was.
And in a way, the genesis of the motion that was eventually carried was in Councillor Rustesky's notice of motion and report.
Yes.
Which could be seen as having a beneficial effect, in that community were concerned, it was raised at the council meeting, and this was the way that the council resolved it.
Yes, you could say that. I have a different point of view.
Mm-hmm.
My point of view is that Councillor Istevsky on social media made quite a few comments which caused the community backlash. Bear in mind that, as I said, over the years, we had $60,000 being sent overseas to various events, and nobody ever questioned that. There was never any media concerns on that issue, except this one. And that was, in my view, primarily due to the publicity, the media that was generated by Councillor Istevsky.
Right. That's a separate issue, isn't it?
It's still all the same. It came from this. It was instigated because of the donation.
The second paragraph, which anticipates a workshop to consider a donations policy, has that?
Yes, we have had the workshop. We
When was
have the
that?
policy. I can't
Sorry.
remember the dates, but we debated, we came up with a new policy, and that policy was voted on 1 or 2 meetings ago, and it was passed unanimously. That's not true. It wasn't unanimous.
So you think 1 or 2 meetings ago?
Yes,
A donations policy?
Yes,
How
yes.
it's described?
yes,
Was put forward and passed,
and passed.
though your recollection not unanimously.
I believe Councillor Rostevsky was the one who did not. I'm not sure if that's recorded, but I know it was not unanimous.
All right. We've kind of gone off on tangents. What I was interested in was your comment that from the beginning of the year, the council has not been functional. And I've asked you what you've based that on, and you're referred to, in your opinion, a rogue councillor. And in particular, you've referred to notices of motion. Your view is there's been about 5 where they haven't been valid or have been tainted with illegality or something along those lines.
Yes.
Is there anything else that you base your view that the council has not been as functional since January of this year?
I must admit, I'm disappointed with councillors that do not attend committee meetings. We have quite a few committees, important committee meetings, that we have difficulty getting councillors to attend.
Can I just stop you there? These committees are committees where all councillors are members.
All councillors, yes,
So, for an example, I think there's a governance committee.
yes,
Is that an example?
yes.
And is it the case that where all the councillors and members of the committee, the expectation is they will attend those committee meetings?
Yes.
And other than the governance committee, what are the other ones
Oh, there.
where all councillors are members?
All councillors are able to attend all committees, but the committees may have voting members, and not all councillors are voting members. All councillors can attend all committee meetings.
But there's not an expectation that they would, if they don't have a voting role, there wouldn't be an expectation that they would attend the committee meeting. Is that fair to say?
Well, put it this way, I attend all committee meetings and have done so for most of my 17 years. If you do not attend committee meetings, the committees have a report that goes to council meetings. You then, as a councillor, vote on the results of those reports. If you don't attend the committees, how can you vote and really know what you're doing effectively? That's my point.
Your practice has been, even if it's a committee where you don't have a vote,
Yes.
you will still attend
Yes.
that committee.
Yes.
And how many committees does that consist of?
Oh, I can't tell you, but in a year, previously there were 157 meetings that I had attended not in a year, in that term of council. I think it's the term of council. And the person who had the second highest I think it was 157, and another councillor had 154.
Who was that?
He's no longer there. Councillor Shelton. Councillor Shelton is not. He didn't run again, but Councillor Shelton and I held a record for attending most committee meetings.
And that 157 meetings that you attended, was that in the 21 to 24?
Yes. Oh, sorry. No, that may not be that year. It might, that was the term before, I believe. It's actually published in the council annual report, but I don't believe it was published in the last one. It was in the previous one. So what would it be? 2016 to 2021. That is the term that I believe those numbers apply to.
And for the 21 to 24, those numbers weren't recorded anywhere?
I don't think they were recorded, and I asked council in this term to ensure that as part of the annual report, those attendances are recorded, and council is currently doing that.
Okay. And you have continued from the 16 to 21 council of attending every committee meeting?
I try to attend everyone. I would definitely attend the vast majority. There is the occasional one where there's an apology, and simply because it clashes with another meeting. You can't be in two places at the same.
And to your observation, have any other of your councillors following your lead and trying to attend every committee meeting?
Yes, there are a number of councillors, in particular Councillor Green.
Green?
Councillor Betty Green,
Yep.
Dr. Betty Green, does her level best to attend those. Her and I attend most meetings, and we probably are the chair of a lot of those meetings as well.
Any other councillors?
I can't think of regular attendances of councillors.
All right. So on this, your opinion that the council hasn't been as functional since the beginning of the year, you've referred to the rogue councillor and the 5 notices of motion that he's lodged, which haven't been seconded. You've spoken about your disappointment that councillors aren't attending committees. Anything else?
Yes, there is another one that I believe is important. We have what's called a briefing session. And the briefing sessions are basically a session run before the actual council meeting, usually 2 or 3 days before the actual council meeting. And what that briefing session does, it allows council expert staff to give an opinion of the matter that's presented to council. It allows councillors to ask additional questions rather than spend many hours reading a report, which we do. And sometimes you have reams of paper work that you need to go through. It's obviously easier if you have an issue to ask the relevant expert of what that information may be. And unfortunately, we have 11 councillors, and it's actually quite difficult to get a quorum to attend those briefing sessions, which is, to me, is a disappointment.
So the briefing sessions that excuse me, have been held, for them to be held, you need a quorum.
No, you don't. But what I'm saying is it doesn't, quite often it doesn't achieve a quorum. And we're talking about 11 councillors. That means there's less than 5 attending. Not a good look.
I'm just trying to, I might have raised this with you on the last occasion, but the changes to the code of meeting practice now, with the exception of the mayor, I think, do not allow for briefing sessions.
I think the new guidelines prevent that to a degree without the public being present. We can still do it, providing the public is able to see what the briefing session is about.
Oh, I see. So your view is these changes that I think are coming in,
yes,
at the end of the year or the beginning of next year, you can have a briefing session, but it must be open to members
yes,
of
it
the
must be
public.
open. Yes.
has there been any discussion within Liverpool to continue the briefing sessions, but to open them up to members of the public?
Yes, we are currently looking at that.
All right. I was going to move to a different topic. Is there anything else you wish to raise?
Not really. One thing you did ask me at the last session, I recall you asked me why I changed my mind on a vote. You remember?
I think we're returning to that overall topic now. Can I ask you this question? That was where I think it was in the April 2024 council meeting that went into closed session to discuss the motion of that Mr. Ajaka, that I think it was clause 9.8 of his contract be utilised and he be put on special leave for a period to allow an investigation to take place.
Yeah, something like that, yes.
And if you can just hold on for a sec. Excuse me for a minute.
If I can help you.
And I think sorry, I'm just trying to remember, your evidence was that you were against it, but you actually voted in favour of the motion.
Yes, and I should have explained.
Mm-hmm.
At the time, there were really two issues. There was the issue of whether we should terminate the CEO. That was an issue, and I agreed with you asked me, did I change my mind at the time? I didn't really change my mind. I agreed with the termination of the CEO for various reasons, but what I did not agree with is the manner in which he was terminated. So in my view, there were two different issues.
All right. We may be at cross purposes. In April, it was through a mayoral minute.
Yes.
And it was the proposal that Mr. Ajaka's employment, in a sense, be suspended, that council would put him on special leave, and that would allow an independent investigation to be undertaken. And you may recall that I took you on the last occasion to an interim report by the investigators who were called REA, where they said, look, we've undertaken this investigation, but we would ask you not to take any action until the final report is prepared and given to you.
Yes.
But in the meantime, I think it was towards the meeting maybe on the 29th of May, again through a mayoral minute, there was a motion to terminate Mr. Ajaka's employment with cause. Which meeting were you? Because I thought in the May meeting you actually voted against that.
In the first, I believe there were two meetings that were critical. The first meeting was we were looking at terminating the CEO, and that may have had those conditions. To be honest, I don't remember actually getting the WEIR report. You asked me at the time, I may have seen it on the screen while I was waiting, and I could have actually seen that, but I don't remember getting the report in a council meeting. I don't recall that. But my point of view was that I believe there were valid reasons for terminating the CEO. I'm happy to go into those. But then later, the next meeting is where they were actually talking about the mayoral minute, talking about terminating the CEO. That is what I was against, and I voted against that.
Okay, could you just,
Sure.
excuse me for a minute?
Is that the clarification you wanted to give from your evidence on the last occasion, Councillor?
Sorry?
Is that the extent of the clarification you wish to give?
Yes.
Your evidence of the last occasion? You've
just
covered
want-
what you
yeah.
wanted to say?
Yes, I just wanted to clarify that. I thought I haven't given my reasons, and I didn't want the confusion to say, oh, look, I've changed my mind. No, I didn't change my mind. There were two different issues.
Thank you.
Could we bring up the minutes of the April meeting, INQ.001.001.1099, and it commences at page 10, and that can be live streamed. Right, can you see that's confidential mayoral minute? You see that?
Yes.
And if we go down to the recommendation, the first part is exercise clause 9.8, special leave the CEO's employment agreement and grant leave with pay until matters raised in the mayoral minute are considered independent. Appointment of Mr. Breton as acting.
Yes.
And then under 2, looking an investigation into certain work health and safety concerns.
Yes.
And if we go then across to page 11, we've got the voting, and you can see that you voted in favour of that motion.
Yes, I did.
And there were, I think it's the 4 Labor candidate
Yes.
councillors voted against it.
Yes.
And then so that occurred on the 24th of April. If we then go to the 29th of May, which is INQ.001.001.1105. And if you can go to page 1. And that can be live streamed. And can you see there? This is, if you just go to the beginning of the top of the page, item mayoral minute 1, report of the mayor staffing matter. And then you can see under recommendation, the first one is pursuant to clause 10.4, that Mr. Ajaka's employment be terminated without notice and with immediate effect. He be written and informed of that decision, and that Mr. Breton continue as acting chief executive officer. If we then continue down the page, we've got the voting, and although the motion was carried, there were a number who voted against it, including yourself.
Yes.
All right. Can I just, when you spoke about there were 2 issues, the termination of the CEO, and then the second issue, which was you didn't agree with the manner, your view that there were 2 issues, did that arise in respect of the April meeting and the May meeting, or only one of them, or?
My view was that the first, the April meeting was basically looking at reasons why the CEO should be terminated. There should have been some kind of investigation, and that investigation would have either agreed or disagreed with whether we should terminate the CEO or not. That was my view. I went along with that. I thought that was the way to go.
Right.
It would have given the CEO an opportunity to explain. By doing this particular motion, this second one,
Yep.
it doesn't give the CEO an opportunity to explain and justify whether he should be terminated or not. So I was against that particular process. And in any case, my view was that a mayoral minute should not be used to terminate a CEO or be of major importance, make a decision on something as critical as this. I did not believe that should have been the case.
I started asking you questions about this at the end of the last time you gave evidence, but you've referred to in April, you were agreeable with this idea that there should be some kind of investigation which would accord the CEO some form of procedural fairness.
Yes.
Now, on the last occasion, I raised with you the Weir interim fact-finding report. If we could bring up, please, LCC.008.001.0023, please, and it can be live streamed. Right, this is the first page, and if we can go towards the bottom, interim fact-finding, Peter Harvey, who was the investigator, and you can see a date of the 27th of May 2024, so 2 days before that council meeting.
Yes.
And then if we just, if we just very quickly go through the document, you can see authority to investigate, conditions and limitations attached to the interim report. If we go to the next page, 1.3, scope of the investigation, fact-finding process to date. If we go down to 1.5, background. Across the page, 1.6, facts not disputed. 1.7, relevant circumstances and issues. And it was, you can see there, if we go back to that, it was reported to me the CEO's comment was out of character and surprising, not typical of normal behaviour. Though the present at the meeting was shocked, none expressed undue offence. Mayor told me he was less concerned about the comments than he was about the CEO not apologising, etc. And then if we follow down 1.8, interim observations and conclusions, which are noted could be subject, may be subject to change. And if you go across the page, we've got the last one, CEO's comments were uncharacteristic to not form a pattern of behaviour. Then the recommendations, I recommend that council waits for the outcome of the final fact-finding report.
Yes.
Now, looking at that very quickly, do you recall whether you were shown this before the meeting of the council on the 29th of May, which resolved to terminate Mr. Rajaka's employment?
To be honest, I don't remember exactly when that was given to us. I have read the report. I've read through it.
Sorry, when you say the report, you're talking about the
This one.
interim report?
This one
Mhm.
here. I have read that, and I have, in the confidential report, I have read the statements that were given by the people that attended the meeting. I've read through those, their comments and so on. And I am of the opinion that the report does not justify the termination of the CEO.
And sorry, when you say the report, are you talking about the final report?
I believe the final WEIR report we did see, I can't remember. I do remember this one and reading through this and the information. And I think the final WEIR report may have included the comments of the people that were in the office at the time. I can't remember, but I believe it did. I did read through those. And even then, reading through those, in my opinion, it should have been basically a code of conduct, not to the point of terminating the CEO.
And when you say it should have been a code of conduct,
Yes,
you're referring to there should have been a complaint under
Yes.
the code of conduct
Yes.
procedure and the various preliminary assessment investigation should have been followed.
absolutely.
Excuse me. I'll just bring up very briefly the actual investigation reports by WEIR. So the first one is LCC.008.001.0002. And this can be live streamed. Now, can you see there, it's fact-finding investigation report.
Yes,
Continue down the page. Liverpool City Council, stop there. Peter Harvey, June 2024. And then if you go across the page, there are a table of contents. And if you continue down that page, you'll come to a heading 5, summary of evidence, and you can see there's a reference to Mr. Portelli, Ms. McNaught, Mr. Manoon, etc.
yes,
And then if we go across the page, the rest of the contents, you've got Mr. Ajaka's response and assessment recommendations and attachments, and it's about 59 pages.
yes.
Now, can I then take you to another, excuse me for a minute. We bring up INQ.01. Bring up LCC.008.001.0003, and that can be live streamed. Now, can you see here, we've got amended fact-finding investigation report. And if we follow down to the bottom of that first page, you can see it's Miss Peter Harvey, but now with the 19th of June, 2024. And if we go to the next page, you can see it's a similar table of contents. Keep on going down slowly down the bottom of that page. Again, referring to the evidence of people. And then again, we've got recommendations and then attachments. And if we go through to page 58, can you see the recommendations? Outcome of this fact-finding investigation noted. There's a suggestion of mediation
Yes,
be undertaken to resolve the issues and other related issues noted in the report. And then there's some supplementary things about a link to the media, and then also speaking to the mayor about appropriate language and issues and concerns related to age discrimination.
yes.
Now, I didn't take you through page by page of either report, but is it your recollection that you were shown and read both, or only one of those versions of the report?
Good question. I don't exactly remember. I have read the report, but I'm not sure. Is it this later one or the earlier one? I would not like to say for sure it was one or the other. I have read it. I've definitely read the comments, but I'm not sure if it's this one or the earlier one.
In summary, the major amendment has been this introduction of an idea of mediation between the mayor and the CEO.
Yes.
Does that assist you? And that wasn't present, that recommendation in the one dated June 2024. Does that assist you with which version you read?
No, I'm not sure. But at that time, council was going through a very, very difficult time, as you can imagine, and it would be difficult to remember exactly what has occurred, particularly when they appear to be very similar.
Now, I want to take you to the council meeting of the 26th of June 2024. And if we can bring up the minutes, please, INQ.001.001.1101. It can be live streamed. Could we please go through first to page 6? No, I'm sorry, page 5. Can you see a motion of urgency?
Yes.
And we've got Councillor Rhodes requested the chair consider an urgency motion with regards to notice of motion R, which is a rescission motion, which is a rescission motion seeking the rescission of the resolution from May.
Yes.
And can you see Councillor Rhodes stated the urgency on the matter as, and she sets out a number of matters, including possible escalation to the Supreme Court, opportunity for council to consider the independent investigation findings and legal and due diligence. Then if we move down the page, if we can move down the page, yes, keep on going. And if you can stop there. You can see that there are several matters raised, including in 3, consider the recently supplied findings from the independent investigation. And then in 6, direct the acting CEO to report back to July that confirms the council's met all of its legal obligations that substantiates Mayoral 1 as a legal motion that enables council to be fully informed in order to consider the rescission motion. Can you see that?
Yes.
And then the mayor ruled that the above matter is not urgent and stated that it should be dealt with as part of the notice of motion as an alternative motion.
Yes.
Now, can I just pause there? It would appear from the content of this that the independent investigation findings have been given to the councillors,
Yes, so, yes.
and that at least with Councillor Rhodes, there is some concern about whether the council has met all of its legal obligations surrounding the passing of the mayoral minute in May.
Yes.
Now, if we then go to page 6, we then move to a closed session. And then if we go to page 7, during the closed session, we've got this notice of motion of rescission, and we can see it was submitted by 4 councillors, including yourself.
Yes.
And if we can see there that the motion is that the motion terminating Mr. Ajaka's contract of employment be rescinded, and then further, if you keep on going down, council uphold the principles of due process and procedural fairness in relation to the independent investigation of matters raised on the April 24 council meeting, take no further action until the final report is received and tabled to council. Now, the final report, do you know what that was referring to?
I would have thought that, well, no, I'm not so sure, but councillor, all the councillors listed there looked at that and thought procedural fairness wasn't met, and hence the motion. I'm not sure which actual report is being referred to.
That possibly could have been the interim report, or it
Yes.
could have been one of the final.
Exactly, yes.
And if we move to page 8, you can see the motion, the rescission motion was declared lost. And the motion was lost on the mayor's casting vote. And then it would appear that the urgency motion which Councillor Rhodes raised, which included a report by the acting CEO of all the legal obligations of council that they've been met, to enable council to consider the rescission motion, none of that was pursued as well.
No, it wasn't. Not that I know
Is that an appropriate time?
Yes. Mid-morning break and we'll
Good.
resume at noon. Feel free to stretch your legs and I'll see you
Yep.
back just before then. We'll adjourn until 12 o'clock.
I had taken you to the meetings of April, May and June 2024, where particularly in the June 2024, you were part of a group of councillors who put forward to rescind the motion, the resolution arising from the mayoral minute in May, terminating Mr. Ajaka's employment.
Yes.
And also seeking, and I'll describe it broadly, for some kind of report as to whether council had complied with all its legal obligations.
Yes.
Now, after that meeting in June, did you, with 2 other councillors, write a letter to the Minister for Local Government?
Yes.
Would document OLG.001.001.1468 be brought up, and it can be live streamed? Mr. Harle, you see at the beginning of the page, the date 27th of June 2024 addressed to the Minister. You see that?
Yes.
If we jump to the second page, to this end of the letter, you can see yours sincerely, 3 councillors, including yourself.
Yes.
If we can jump back to the first page, how did the letter come about? What prompted you with 2 other councillors to write this letter raising a number of concerns?
We were all, the Councillor Rhodes, Councillor Green, myself, and Councillor, I believe, Karishma, were concerned with the manner in which council was progressing. We were not happy with that, and we thought we weren't, seeing as rescission motions are not going to cut it, we need to do something more than that to express our difference of opinion, and that's basically how that arose.
And when you say the rescission notice was not going to cut it, was it your observation that the fate of a rescission notice was really along party lines in a way?
Usually is, yes.
Now, can I take you to some sections of this letter? And if we can go to the 3rd paragraph on that page, commencing, however, there, the 3 of you make a comment that the decision-making processes of the elected council have broken down and are quite dysfunctional. There are several occasions during the most recent council meetings where decisions have been made that contravene the obligations of the mayor and councillors, both under the Act and also the Code of Conduct. Now, you do, and we'll have a look at these, you do set out a number of specific grievances, but your comment in the paragraph I just referred to, where the decision-making processes have broken down and are quite dysfunctional, contravening obligations under the Act and Code of Conduct, what in particular did you have in mind there?
I think from my point of view, the Code of Conduct was to, we're talking about the swearing incident, as I called it at the time. I did not believe that that was sufficient reason to terminate the CEO. And that I believe is the reference to Council's Code of Conduct.
What about decisions that have been made that contravene the obligations of mayor and councillors?
What can I say? In terms of the council meeting, it's obvious that the council, some councillor, Liberal councillors in particular, are voting as a group. And the remaining councillors, Labor councillors and the independents, we would never have the sufficient numbers to put up a notice of motion that obviously the Liberals would disagree and the mayor would disagree with. That's the sort of dysfunctional part. We were irrelevant in the decision-making process. We just didn't have the power to do what needed to be done.
Do you elaborate on that point in the next paragraph where the 3 of you state that you believe the mayor and a group of councillors are voting as a binding caucus, which is in contravention of the code?
Yes.
And the evidence that you rely upon that is the functioning of the council and the voting patterns in council?
Yes.
When you say function?
The council meetings, so that I think, as you've just said, if it's a notice of motion or something from somebody not in that block, if it's controversial in any way, it won't get the numbers, while the block, so the mayor and a group of councillors voting as a binding caucus, it would appear that they're voting in favour of particular resolutions and matters.
Yes.
And your opinion was that that had been determined before the meeting?
More than likely is. So I'm not privy to whether they have meetings or not. I understand they do, but we're not privy to that.
Right. You don't attend those meetings, obviously.
So that the view expressed in that paragraph to which your attention has been drawn is based on your observations in
Yes.
meetings and what you have drawn voting patterns.
Yes,
Anything else?
not really.
The second point you make, excuse me, is you believe that conflicts of interest, maybe we can just move down the page. Stop there. Conflicts of interest are not being dealt with in a manner that reflects general conduct and fairness provisions of the code. And then you refer back to that 26th of June meeting and the urgency motion that was proposed by Councillor Rhodes.
Yes,
And do you remember that I took you to that it was a proposal to source legal and financial advice to better inform all councillors in relation to the termination of the CEO's contract. And you say this decision denied a significant number of councillors with advice to assist in making decisions that potentially expose council and councillors to legal, financial and reputational risk. Advice we considered essential to discharging our obligations to our community.
yes,
So the concern in that paragraph very much arose from the June meeting, where, as you state, there was a proposal that either a report is prepared by the acting CEO or some additional legal advice setting out the legal obligations of council to terminate Mr. Ajaka's contract in the way that was done.
yes.
And when you talk about legal, financial and reputational risk, but what did you have in mind in respect of the legal risk?
In the case of the CEO that was to be terminated, the legal action that CEO could take against council financially. That was my concern.
Mm-hmm.
If what council was proposing to do wasn't legal, then of course that would subject council to legal fees, whatever the word is
Yeah.
for that, you know what I mean?
Legal costs.
Legal costs and other costs as well. So that could have been quite significant, and hence we were concerned about it.
The financial risk, does that include, for example, if there are legal proceedings by the ex-CEO that could have resulted in an award of damages, for
Yes.
example?
Yes, absolutely. I'd like to volunteer some information. The CEO, I believe, wasn't given, for instance, KPIs. Those were not given, and so consequently, I think the CEO would have had a good case to say that if he was terminated for whatever reasons, there were things that council should have done, didn't do, and those were my concern. As I said, KPIs were not done, which should have been done, and they're the legal implications, the financial implications that council would have been subjected to.
And when you say KPIs were not done, was that it was anticipated that KPIs were to be established for Mr. Ajaka in
Yes.
his role as CEO,
Yes.
and those KPIs were never established.
No, as a matter of fact, what happens with KPIs, the CEO picks one of the councillors as his representative. And I was his representative, and it was my duty, if you like, to ensure that those KPIs were reasonable and they complied with the Office of Local Government guidelines. And I did do that. But we never got around to actually evaluating whether or not the CEO had met those KPIs. It was not done.
So KPIs were established.
We were looking at the KPIs, they were never finalised.
So in a sense, the benchmarks weren't finalised, let alone any assessment of Mr. Ajaka's performance against those.
Exactly.
In the last paragraph, if we move to the bottom of that page, you raise in that paragraph concerns about the effectiveness of the mayor and some councillors' management of their conflicts of interest.
Yes.
Now, you then go on and talk or refer particularly to conduct of the mayor. Before I ask you some questions about that, what concerns did you have about the mayor and some councillors' management of their conflicts of interest?
There were councillors that I believed had a conflict of interest, but the one I was most concerned about was the mayor. Mayor, I don't believe should have been the chair of those meetings. I think there was sufficient conflict of interest for him to vacate the chair and someone else take it. That's just my opinion, and I did raise the issue with him, and as stated there, the mayor refused on a number of occasions to do that.
I ask you, when you talked about he should not have been the chair at the meetings, you're talking about the meetings in April, May and June,
Yes,
and when the issue, the staffing issue as it's been described,
yes,
dealing with the CEO.
yes,
And he's described in that paragraph that he was named as an aggrieved party, the mayor, sorry.
yes.
Do you see that councillors have highlighted the inappropriateness of the mayor not only voting in, but exercising his casting vote on an issue where he is named as an aggrieved party?
Yes.
Your description of him as an aggrieved party, does that arise? How does that arise?
Out of the swearing session, I believe that where there was an issue.
On a more general level, can I ask you about the role of the mayor in meetings, in council meetings? One observation is that he appears to participate in debate.
Yes.
Can I ask you a series of questions? The first question is, as the chair of the meeting, is it your view that that's appropriate conduct?
No, I don't. I do not believe that the chair should participate in debate. That's not, in my opinion, is not the function of the chair, and I've raised that issue numerous times at council, not just for the position as the mayor being the chairperson, but in committees as well. And I deliberately do not take chair position if I want to debate issues. I let someone else do it. And I believe that's my belief, I think that is actually being abused. And as I believe, as the chair, it's your duty to chair the meeting, keep it in order. But it's not an opportunity for you to debate. If you need to do that, in my humble opinion, you step down, let the deputy mayor chair the meeting and proceed as per normal. That's not happened in any of the terms where the current mayor has been the chairperson.
That procedure that you've advocated,
Yes.
the chair orders or the meeting, and if he or she wants to participate in the debate, they stand down for the particular debate. In your 17 years as a councillor, did you observe any other council following that procedure?
Yes, I actually raised the issue at numerous conferences, local government conferences, and I would speak to mayors of other councils, and their attitude was that the mayor does not participate in debate. It's actually unusual if the mayor does do that.
All right, can I just take you back? You gave evidence that you were a councillor during 2 other council periods where Wendy Waller was the mayor. Do you recall during those council periods, did she observe your view of the role of the chair?
Yes, she did.
You also, in an answer, just said that at local government conferences, you've spoken to other mayors,
Yes.
and they appear to follow the procedure that you've just advocated.
Yes.
Have you examined whether there's anything in the code of meeting practice or anywhere else that dictates that approach?
No, but I have written to the OLG several times and explained that I was not happy with the current process. There ought to be a better explanation of the duties of the chairperson, and in particular, the fact that I don't believe that the chair should be debating from the chair.
Did those correspondence with OLG, did you ever receive a response?
I did get replies, and their attitude was basically it's in the too hard basket.
It's what, sorry?
It's in the too hard basket, too difficult to implement.
So your view about this is based on your view of what you would see as optimal meeting practice as opposed to what's in the code of meeting practice currently. Is that right?
I think it should be in the code of meeting practice that the chair does what the duties of the chairperson. And if, as I said before, if the chair wants to debate as a councillor, because the mayor is both a councillor and the mayor, you step down, become the councillor and debate the issue. As soon as the issue is finished, you go back to the chair if that's what you need to do.
What benefits do you see in that approach if there was to be such a change?
There's actually a disadvantage in the fact that it takes time. But what happens is the mayor is regarded as the highest level of council, as councillors. And I think it's an abuse of that power to be able to pontificate and give your opinions, which is what happened.
Leaving aside the time taken to vacate the chair and have someone else take it, are there any benefits to the conduct of the meeting that you see from what you suggest should be adopted? Would it aid the meeting to run more smoothly, for example?
Well, I think it would, because it gives an opportunity for the mayor, if the mayor steps down, particularly in committee as a whole, where you can have multiple speaking for and against, where if it's a normal, it's 2 for, 2 against, but in the committee as a whole. So therefore, if the mayor is stepping down, that would allow him or her to present a better argument than just from the chair, where people are unlikely to debate the issue. Just don't think it's procedurally the correct way to go about it.
In your answer, you referred to that you were of the view that it was an abuse of power. And I think you then said to to pontificate
Yes.
and give your opinion from the chair. When you use the term abuse of power, what did you have in mind there?
Well, the mayor is regarded as the highest order in council, as a council. And therefore that to me is the mayor has, if you like, higher authority than just being a councillor. That to me, I think is unfair. Just an opinion.
Associated with this is the mayor voting. Is it your view that the mayor should only vote if there's a tie or in the voting?
I don't have an issue with the mayor voting.
Mhm.
I do have an issue with the mayor having 2 votes, which comes about if it's a tied vote. And I know, and I've argued this with the Office of Local Government, I believe if it's a tied vote, the mayor should not get a second vote. I think that's undemocratic. I think my belief is that if it's a tied vote, it becomes a negative. It doesn't pass. Simple as that.
So at the moment, sorry, your view is that everybody at the council vote,
Yes.
and if it's a tie, and the mayor, for example, has voted in favour of the resolution, but it's a tie, the mayor then votes again to break the deadlock.
Yes.
And as you've described it, it means the mayor has 2 votes.
Yes. I believe a more fair system would be to continue the debate until there is a consensus. There is a majority. Whatever it's divided, I don't believe it should go ahead. I don't believe that the mayor should, or the chair in this instance, should have 2 votes. And I know there are community, for instance, the Georges River Council, not Georges River Council, the Georges River Committee, that's in their committee that if it's a tied vote, it becomes a negative vote. And it encourages further debate to come to a resolution, which in this instance it doesn't. All it does is favour political party. I think that's wrong.
Well, that might depend on the makeup of the council as to whether
Absolutely.
it favours a political party. Would you agree with that?
Yes.
All right, just continuing with your letter, if we then go to the next page. In the next paragraph, you specifically address the standing down and subsequent termination of the CEO's contract.
Yes.
And you don't feel community interest has been placed at the heart of this, nor the CEO afforded due process. And you've outlined your concerns about that.
I'm happy with what we stated there.
And in particular, you reiterate your concern of, in a sense, the mayor being an aggrieved party, and indeed the deputy mayor, in a sense, being an aggrieved party because she was present at
Yes.
the swearing. All right. And then in the final paragraph, the penultimate paragraph, you say, we do not believe the elected body is able to discharge its duties under the Act and Code, and ask your powers to place the council into administration. And then finally, as we've outlined, the escalating events of the last 3 months leave us with no option but to ask you to take this action in the interests of the Liverpool community and the well-being of the staff who are at the mercy of dysfunctional decision-making. That's quite just radical proposal of administration.
Yes.
But in your view, matters have got to that stage that you were seeking that.
Yes.
Did you receive a response from the minister?
I don't believe we did.
And that was in June 2024. After sending that letter, is it your view that at least initially the council became more returned to being functional until January of this year?
For the rest of that term, I don't believe there were changes. And actually, several councillors, those 3 councillors, we were interviewed by the media, ABC in particular, and we were asked what we thought of the council and the future election.
Mm-hmm.
I'm on record of saying that I do not believe we should have an election. We should have an administrator set in for that period to, if you like, sort out council. That was overturned, of course, and we ended up with an election. My reasoning for that was that while there was an element of doubt because of the dysfunction of council and other issues as well, there were councillors who would be re-elected, and including me, who would have a cloud over their head as to their involvement in anything in council that could be negative, and hence I suggested it would be better for an inquiry to take place, and then we would know any involvement in council.
And sorry, the councillors that may be re-elected with a cloud over their head,
Yes,
the cloud over their head arising from the conduct in April, May and June?
no, more than that.
Mhm.
There were issues, accusations that council should be investigated. There were issues of corruption allegations, all those sorts of council staff may be involved. It could be councillors that could be involved. There were a whole range of issues that were raised in the public arena. And in my view, while ever those doubts occurred, we really need to put paid to those doubts one way or the other. That didn't happen. And as a result, we now have an inquiry, and whatever comes out of that may have an effect. I don't know.
In an earlier answer, you said one of my note is, and correct me if I've misheard you, but you had the view that there was a need for an administrator to sort out council. What did you mean by that?
Well, I was concerned about the allegations in the media.
Things that have been said publicly.
Yes. And so my view was that a public inquiry or an administrator and then a public inquiry into council would determine any issue if there were any.
They would flush out those things and look at them, you mean?
Sorry?
That would give an opportunity for those allegations to be
Yes,
flushed
exactly.
out and looked at and
Yeah, exactly.
view expressed.
Yeah, and that still hasn't happened. So, there's still this cloud, in my opinion, there's this cloud hanging over some councillors and could even be staff. And consequently, I think the public has some doubts about council.
The allegations that were in the public arena that you said in your view needed to be flushed out or washed
Yes.
out. Putting to one side comments or allegations arising from the termination of the CEO, were there other allegations or issues in public that were in the public arena?
Yes, there were. Exactly what they were, I wouldn't like to state, but there were, I guess I should say that, yes, there were issues of developers having an influence on council. Those were some of the allegations. then there were allegations of union influence on council. That should have been, I think, should have been investigated. I had numerous complaints from council staff talking about bullying, harassment, and all of those sorts of issues that occurred.
Why don't you want to state them?
There would be, I would think there would be repercussions that are probably unpleasant repercussions, and they are actually occurring at the moment.
Repercussions to whom?
Councillors, self included.
So your concern, and the first matter that you raised was developers having influence over council.
Yes.
Are you telling the commissioner that if you elaborated on what that concern was at this inquiry, that may have repercussions?
Yes, on some councillors.
What repercussions?
In the social media.
Who will be subject to criticism?
Yes, as is occurring at the moment.
The union influence over the council, what are you referring to there? Like when you say council, are you talking about council laws or the operational aspect of council?
I would suggest both. In terms of there are negative comments put on social media, and some of them are quite distasteful. In that, for instance, I'm being accused of being too old to be there. I think, well, anyway, I don't want to really elaborate, but there are some very nasty comments by one particular Facebook page that does some very nasty things, and it has a detrimental effect, and in fact, a mental effect on some councillors at the moment. So I'm disappointed with that. But
Are they the repercussions that's the type of thing that you were referring to? Repercussions that might be visited upon councillors or the organisation more broadly if you were to say things here?
Yes, I think the repercussions are against councillors personally, and also the council itself in terms of it's basically negative publicity against the council. For instance, council does some very, very good things in the community. They are rarely acknowledged. But the moment council does something that is slightly, they haven't looked into it deep enough. And at the moment, one big issue is, you may have seen in the media, the asbestos issue. There was asbestos found in some areas. And I managed to say along the lines, council did everything they possibly could have done. Well, obviously that wasn't good enough. And I was accused of not looking after the safety of councils. That's entirely untrue. And not just me, other councillors as well have been castigated over that issue. I think that's unfair, that happens.
On social media?
On social media in particular. And it's well, I would suggest that you look at that very carefully.
Sorry, so the repercussions that you had in mind relate to a reporting on social media about a view that you express or something that you raise,
Yes,
that on that social media page will be critical of you.
yes. As-
Is that the and then you say that possibly could have some effect on your mental health?
Yes, it does.
If we can just group those repercussions, are there any other repercussions?
Well, the follow on from that is, so if there are negative views expressed as to your ability as a councillor, that then will affect you later on for your re-election chances. Now, if there are negative points of view published about your ability, people are going to look at that and say, well, I won't be voting for that person again. And in fact, it's happened to me. I have had negative social media's comments made. Well, councillor, we voted for you, but we'll never vote for you again. And no, I think that's unfair without people knowing all the facts.
Isn't that the nature of democracy?
Yes, it is, but I'm old-fashioned, old school. I believe in saying it as it is. I don't believe in deliberate attempts to keep you from getting re-elected.
All right, but you are in the position as an elected councillor
Yes,
to raise matters at council meetings and through your position as a councillor to get across to the community, and I'll use this asbestos example, what you say is the correct position in respect of the asbestos and the amount of
Yes.
work that you have done to try and ensure the safety of staff.
yes,
So you have that advantage.
yes.
The views expressed in social media, I take it, are they, we've heard about, I think it's Liverpool Shenanigans.
Yes,
Is that an example of one
Yes.
of the social media websites? It's not a website, it's a Facebook page,
yes,
isn't it?
Facebook page.
And are there other similar, in a sense, social media forums that allow expression of opinions or views on the council or individual councillors?
Yes.
But if that occurs, don't you have, like, isn't this the whole idea of democracies and the marketplace of exchange of ideas, that you then, in your role as a councillor, have the ability to counter that?
It depends on the extent that you want to counter that. For instance, if there are derogatory comments made, how do you counter that? How do you counter an opinion that you're too old to be in the job, you're senile, you suffer from dementia, you shouldn't be in there, should have retired years ago? How do you retaliate against that with reasonable comments without making additional derogatory comments? It's just not me.
But don't you counter that by your conduct as a councillor, that you are actively participating in council meetings and in your committee meetings? Do you have your own, we've heard that councillors, a number of councillors have their own Facebook page.
Yes, yes.
Do you have your own Facebook
Yes.
page? Can't you take action within that Facebook page and, for example, record, this week I've attended X number of council meetings, even though I'm not a voting member on this and this and this council, which for a member of the public would read and think, well, obviously he's not suffering, he's not too old, or whatever the derogatory comments were. He's out there doing stuff. Like, isn't that the way you counter it?
I do that to a degree. And I actually, over my 17 years, I have developed a very good reputation in the community and people respect that. But you only need to get one negative comment that then counters that and that then causes mistrust. And no amount of retaliation will fix that. Once a person has doubt about your ability, it's very, very difficult to counter that.
But you can't outlaw those
Definitely
comments
not.
by the community.
Agreed? And this is one of the reasons why council changed its media policy. Council made major changes to its code of conduct and the media policy, and as it relates to council's own web page or
Yeah.
own Facebook page. And in that,
Sorry, the Liverpool City Council.
yes, Liverpool
Facebook
City
page.
Facebook page,
Yep.
yes. And that media policy specifically states that you must have respect for the comments that you put there.
Mhm.
And council media staff have been given the powers, if you like, to edit that to a degree where derogatory comments ill-informed comments are removed. And I try to do that on my own website. I don't have derogatory comments on there. I delete them. I make sure that people know that it won't be tolerated.
Is the issue that you're highlighting what you see to be personal, derogatory, unfair comments and criticism directed at either the organisation or council laws, as opposed to debate, genuine disagreement, a difference of views? Do you draw a distinction between?
I don't have a problem with debate and a respectful debate. I don't believe in calling people names and derogatory comments, such as I've said. I think that's wrong. I don't have any problems with people having a different point of view. In fact,
And expressing
I
it?
encourage that.
And
Yeah,
expressing that point of view?
Sorry?
And expressing a difference of
Yes,
point of view?
absolutely. I think that needs to be done, but you can do those sorts of things in a respectful manner, and that's not occurring at the moment. It's causing major problems, and hence as I say, our media policy was changed to reflect that, but it doesn't affect councillors' web pages, the councillors' Facebook pages. They can still do whatever they feel is comfortable.
And
With
it
it.
also doesn't affect community Facebook pages.
No. I believe Facebook itself does look at that, and if you disagree with a point of view or the comments made by someone, you can obviously report that, and then Facebook may or may not take that off, or the administrator, that site may or may not take that. But anyway, it's an issue.
So if I now ask you to develop your concern that some developers have an influence over the council, you would be reluctant to express that in an open forum.
Well, to be honest, I do not know who the developers are. I do know that councillors have asked questions in relation to developments that council is obviously assessing and asking for further information on those. For instance, time delays. Why is there such a delay? Those sorts of, and a lot of those are valid questions. I don't have a problem with that, but they're the sort of things that are being asked. And we as councillors since 2012, I think it's 2012, when the government changed the regulations that councillors no longer have an input into development applications. That's been there for quite some time. And so I think when councillors ask questions related to development applications, are they valid?
And when you say they ask questions about development applications, are these questions at a council meeting or questions raised through the mechanism of councillors raising issues. I think, I forget that there's an email address, councillor support.
Yes, yes. Or directly to the directors that are in that's their directorate. For instance, we have a directorate of planning, and so development applications which would go through the planning sections, they would send those questions, queries directly to the director of that department.
And your concern that councillors are asking questions about development applications, those questions are being asked in those three ways that I just outlined: at a council meeting, through council support, or directly with a director.
Yes.
And your concern arises because of the content of some of the questions, or?
My concern is that you may or may not trying to accuse anybody here, but it may jump the queue, so to speak. Council planners go through a series of steps to evaluate, and they would have a priority order. When councillors ask questions on a particular development application, it may result in priorities over, in other words, queue jumping. That is a concern.
You have a concern that may be the result. Do you have any evidence that that's occurred, or is it in your mind a potential result?
No, I've actually I've had constituents come to me and say, why am I waiting so and so long, 14 months, when someone else has managed to get the same thing through in half that time? Now, there may be valid reasons for that, but it's difficult to explain to a constituent why that occurred.
And when a constituent has raised that with you, have you gone back to try and work out whether another councillor was asking either questions directly with a director or through councillor support?
No, I haven't.
Commissioner, I'm just about to move to another topic. Is that an appropriate time?
So we'll break for lunch. We'll resume at 5 to 2. See you here just before that. I'll adjourn until 5 to 2.
Mr. Harle, I want to turn to another topic, but just wanted to raise a couple of just supplementary questions from your evidence this morning. You gave evidence about, I think you thought there were about 5 notices of motion, which were lodged by, I think you described it as a rogue councillor, and which were not seconded. Just to confirm, your description of the person as a rogue councillor, were you referring to Councillor Ristevski?
Yes, I was.
Now, the next topic I want to move to is relates to the purchase of Cowpasture Road, 600 Cowpasture Road.
Yes.
We've heard some evidence about it. I'm interested in your decisions in respect of the proposal to purchase that property. Could we first bring up a WhatsApp chat, which is INQ.004.001.0011, please? and that can be live streamed. Now, this is an extract from WhatsApp messaging. If you can go down the page, can you see there's an entry from the mayor, anyone want to buy a depot, fully equipped, licensed, complying with mechanical workshop and has an income, and then 25 million. I think Mr. Haggerty responds to that. About would this replace or complement Rose Street and or the Western Depot? And Mr. Manoon then responds. The reference to the Western Depot, is it your understanding that's referring to the Devonshire
Yes.
Road, I think
Yes.
it is, depot? Now, this WhatsApp group, were you party to that?
I think we all were.
I'm sorry?
I think we all were, all councillors were.
And this WhatsApp group, it was the mayor and all the councillors?
Yes.
And it's a means of communicating between, in a sense, the governing body of the council.
Yes.
Did you take an active, did you actively participate in this WhatsApp group?
I believe I read it. I read what was said, but I don't recollect ever replying to anything. I could have, but I don't recollect it.
Moving away from this particular topic, at times with this WhatsApp group, did you participate with sending messages or responding to messages?
I don't recall. I think if they were general information session, for instance, there's a meeting, are you coming to a committee meeting or some such thing, I may have replied. But there, I do not ever recollect putting anything of council matters relating to other than attendance of meetings. I don't recollect putting anything on there. I'd be surprised if there was.
Is there a particular reason for that?
I tend not to use the phone, as I don't believe in using the phone for communications like that. I prefer to use email. I then have a copy of what I said, and where with phones, I don't entirely, I'm not that savvy with them, so I try not to use.
So not savvy, from that answer, not savvy, which I've got some sympathy with, and also that via an email, you've got a record
Yes.
of it.
Yes.
Now, the next step in this process is that there seems to be a site tour organised for the councillors, and if we could bring up olg.001.001.1413, and it can be live streamed. And this is just to assist you. This is an extract from Mr. Haggerty's diary. And
I think it's the Councillor Manoon's diary.
oh, excuse me for a minute. I'm sorry, correct that. It's the mayor's, and it's got a reference to on the Thursday, the meeting site visit, Mayor Manoon. So that's about the 4th of August. Does that assist you in answering whether you attended the site visit?
I can tell you, I'm not familiar with this, but there were 2 visits.
Yep.
And I attended both sites.
And both visits, did the mayor attend?
Yes,
And did other councillors attend?
yes.
And do you recall if anybody else attended?
It might have been council staff. There may have been some council staff. I don't recollect who they were, but I believe there were.
Now, on the 9th of August, the proposal to purchase the site was raised in an extraordinary meeting called solely for the purchase of the acquisition.
Yes,
And if we can bring up, excuse me, LCC.002.001.0303. And it could be live streamed. That's what I've got. Sorry, LCC.002.001.0303. A document just came up, which wasn't it. All right. Excuse me for a minute. Could you try the following? INQ.012.001.0008. You can see it's the minutes of the extraordinary meeting held on the 9th of August.
yes.
If we can move through the document. Then can you see the council in closed session moves to consider a confidential report opportunity to purchase a potential depot site. If we keep on going, page 4. Maybe if you go back to page 3, and you can see that you've got halfway through down the page, council decision. Yep. So it was a motion, and you can see just from the first paragraph, council approves proceeding with the negotiation and due diligence process for the potential purpose of a depot site.
Yes,
And then it continues with setting out some more details about the negotiation and due diligence.
yes.
And if we then go to page 4, keep on going, you can see the motion was carried. You voted against it.
Yes, I did.
At that point, why did you vote against it?
I had reservations about the purchase of the property. I thought there were too many limitations on the property, and I don't believe it was appropriate for council to purchase that at the time.
You spoke about limitations
Yes.
on the property.
Yes.
What were the limitations?
Apart from flooding issues, expansion of the depot itself is limited. It's on a major highway, and access, particularly early in the morning and late in the afternoon, would be limited and very difficult, because it is basically Cowpasture Road is, what would you call it? Early in the morning, traffic just crawls along there, and it would be difficult for council equipment get in and out of the place. So I disagreed with it on that point of view. I did not think that it was an appropriate purchase so close to the Devonshire depot that we already had. And I believe that we, because of the airport coming on, that we should have a property closer to the airport rather than the three that we have, which are all within about 10 kilometres of each other. Just was inappropriate.
And when you speak about the 3 depots, that's Rose Street,
Yes,
Devonshire Road,
yes.
and now.
And this
Yes.
Cowpasture one, yes.
Could you then bring up, please, the minutes of the 16th of November meeting, which is, excuse me for a minute. INQ.001.001.09993 at page 52. Maybe page 51. It can be live streamed. So you can see the minutes, and if you go to 51, you can see confidential paper number 3, opportunity to purchase a site for waste and resource recovery centre. The motion being moved by the Mayor, seconded by Councillor McNaught. And if you can keep on moving down that page. Oh, sorry, now you've got the actual motion moved by Councillor Goodman, seconded by Councillor Lamont. Purchase the property identified in the report. Questions about how, or matters about what it's going to be used for, authorising payment, etc., and where the funds are going to come from. And if we keep on moving down the document, reference to seeking loan funding, etc. Keep on going. There we've got the division and voting against the Labor representatives from council and yourself.
Yes.
You spoke about the factors you took into account in voting against the motion to exercise some due diligence and investigate the purchase in the August meeting. The reason why you voted against the motion in November, did it include the matters that you've already articulated? For example, the flooding issue, expansion was limited, etc.
I don't recall if it did, but I knew of those issues, and consequently I voted against it on that basis alone.
Were there other concerns that you took into account in voting no in the November meeting?
No, not really, or only those that I listed. I thought it was inappropriate. I must admit, since then, there have been other issues that have come up, and you know, at the time, we may have spoken about the mattress recycling. I think that's a matter that's been discussed. And since then, it was stated that the mattress recycling would go to that particular area. And yes, yes, you could say that is probably one plus that it has. And that's sort of come down.
Right. To your knowledge, is the mattress recycling moved from Rose Street and actually gone?
Oh, it is supposed to go to there. There are some issues to be sorted. I'm not sure. Currently, the mattress recycling is still at Rose Street.
You mentioned that you took into account the flooding issue.
Yes.
What was the flooding issue?
The area is flood prone. And so while there is a lot of bushland still around that area that council owns, I suppose that I looked at that and thought, well, council can't expand into that because it is flood prone. So it's actually very limited. The size can't expand. I would have thought it would have been, and I argued the case at the time. I suggested that we would be better off purchasing land closer to the airport, which will be needed in future, rather than purchase this when you have Devonshire Road within a few kilometres.
Your knowledge that the area was flood prone, was that raised in any of the meetings where the councillors were either debating or discussing?
Yes, it was.
And do you recall, did you raise it?
Yes, I did.
Did anybody else raise it?
I don't recollect anybody raising it, but I raised it with the Director of Planning at the time. The director was Lena Karkish, and she did give that information that bordering the site, it was flood prone, or that's my recollection, that it was flood prone, and that then limited the expansion of the site.
Throughout the procedure, throughout the process where there's an extraordinary meeting and then there's the actual resolution at the November meeting, were there either, I think you described them as briefing sessions or other discussions amongst councillors about the purchase?
There may have been informal meetings or at briefing sessions, and these briefing sessions at that time are closed to the public. But yes, I would have raised the issues and I would have given my concerns about that. I would not be supporting the purchase of the site. There were other factors included, and one of those factors was the repayment schedule. What council did, which I totally disagreed with, they raised the waste levy by 50%. The increase was 50%, and that waste levy, as far as I understand it, is to be used to repay the loan of that property. I thought that was unfair to do that by 50%. And so I voted against that as well.
And when you say unfair to the rate?
Unfair on the ratepayers, particularly as a rate levy increase. I thought there would have been other ways of doing that rather than just increase rate levy. And the reason that's done is because, as you know, council cannot increase the rates above the IPART value. But the waste levy is not subject to that. And therefore, I think the rate increase was somewhere between 5 and 6%, yet the waste levy was increased by 50%. I just didn't think that that was fair on the ratepayer.
Excuse me. Throughout the whole process, commencing with the WhatsApp message on the WhatsApp group chat, leading up to the November meeting, at any stage, did any member of the governing body of council raise a conflict of interest?
Not that I know of.
If it was raised, it should have been raised either at the 9th of August meeting or the 16th of November meeting.
Absolutely.
Excuse me. Now, another matter that arose in 2024 concerned proposed sale of properties, owned assets of the council, where there was a resolution by council not to allow the sale of those properties.
Yes.
Now, if we can bring up the minutes for INQ.001.001.1122, please, and it can be live streamed. And if you can see, it's 26 November 2024. And if we can move through to page 30. Can you see this is an item where the subject is budget adjustment?
Yes.
And sorry. I think we've got to move down this page. There's a foreshadowed motion moved by Councillor Rostesky and seconded by Councillor Kinnear.
Yes.
And this was that council record a preliminary budget adjustment of 14 million in revenue against the forecasted sale of 3 Hoxton Park Road, Liverpool. And in 3, a direction to the acting CEO to adjust the 24-25 budget to reflect the resolution of council not to dispose of 3 Hoxton Park Road.
Yes.
And then a request for an updated long-term financial plan and impact on council's financial ratios. If we can move down that page, you can see voting for it are a majority, including yourself, and
Yes.
then there are 5, the mayor and 4 other councillors voting against it.
Yes.
Now, in the budget, it was foreshadowed that the Hoxton Park Road property would potentially be sold. This is basically a resolution that it not be sold.
Yes.
You voted in favour of it.
Not to be sold.
Not to be sold,
Yes.
yes. Why did you do that?
Several issues. That property is part of the master plan for Woodward Park. And as such, it formed a critical component of that. And therefore, I did not believe that council would actually sell the property. And to me, the reason that was put up, and I did explain it, I suggested that this is a fake budget That's what I called it, and I did that as well when I was asked by the media. I thought this was a fake budget, trying to make the budget, I think, of April to be in surplus by $2 million or thereabouts, where in fact it wasn't. It was actually in deficit because that property would not be sold or should not be sold. And in any case, I argued that if you haven't sold the property, how can you then say the budget is in surplus for something you haven't sold? That was my view at the time. And that view was later verified by the Auditor General.
All right. The view that you expressed that this was a fake budget,
Yes,
when did you express that view?
at the budget, when the budget was being voted on.
Did you vote against the budget?
Yes, I did.
Was there around this time another property that was foreshadowed to be sold?
Yes.
What was that property?
I believe it was the CT Lewis Centre in Lunier.
And was a similar motion seeking for an adjustment in the budget in respect of that proposed sale not going ahead also pursued?
I believe so. I know that it did not go ahead. I voted against the sale of that property as well. And the majority of councillors did do just that.
And in respect of that particular property, in respect of the Hoxton Park Road, you mentioned that it was part of the Woodwood Park
Yes,
precinct and
Yes.
the project anticipated for that property.
yes.
In respect of CT Lewis property, why did you vote against its sale?
I don't believe that council should be selling public assets that are income producing.
And why is that?
I believe it should be future generations that decide if we have surplus properties to sell them if the need arises. I do not believe there was a need to sell either properties simply because both of the properties are income. CT Lewis Centre wasn't, but it could have been made income producing, and the number 3 Hoxton Park Road, the same applies there. It could have been made income producing.
So part of your thinking is an issue about selling off, as you said, an income producing asset of the council.
Yes,
And do you maintain that?
yes, I do.
There are just a couple of other topics that I want to ask you about. I think it was the council meeting of the 23rd of July this year, there was a motion which raised the issue of an internal ombudsman.
Yes,
And the resolution was along the lines, I think ultimately, that the CEO should look at it or investigate it, produce a report. And during the discussion on the motion, the issue that I think the Commissioner had raised the topic, and it may be something that the inquiry is looking at,
yes.
was raised. but ultimately the resolution was passed that the CEO should look at it.
Yes.
Now, during that meeting, you spoke where you referred to the fact that during your 17 years as a councillor, there's been 2 periods with Liverpool where there's been a position of an internal ombudsman.
Yes.
And I think he said something along the lines of, we had it, then it was abolished, then we had it again, and then it was abolished
Yes.
for a second time. And I think the second time the evidence was it was abolished around 2023.
Yes.
One of your reservations that you spoke about was that the legal officer employed by council was the internal ombudsman.
Yes.
And you said something along the lines of, well, the internal ombudsman is paid by the council. Given that, are they ever, in a sense, going to be impartial or with no bias or no apprehension of bias?
Yes.
Can I ask you that experience you had with the legal officer being the internal ombudsman,
Yes.
was that the first time where when you were a councillor, Liverpool City Council had the position of internal ombudsman, or was it the second time?
I had reservations about the first time. I had to think, yes, the first time I had reservations. The second time, from my point of view, it depends on the person that is the ombudsman. And the first time I had reservations.
Can I just stop you? And the first time the person also was the legal officer?
Yes.
Right.
Yes.
And I'm sorry, I interrupted you. You said it depends on the person who is appointed as the internal ombudsman.
Yes.
And what would you look at, or what person or role would you have reservations with that person being appointed internal ombudsman?
I have an issue with, well, in that particular instance, the legal officer was made the ombudsman. And there were several issues that came up where I believe the decision made by the ombudsman was unfair. It was in favour of council, where it should have been in favour of the person raising the issue. And therefore, I do not believe that an ombudsman that is on the council payroll is always going to be fair and impartial. Hence, I voted against. I don't believe that council should have an ombudsman. My belief is we have a state ombudsman, and if there are issues that need to be, sorted by someone, I believe it should be an impartial body, and the state ombudsman, I believe, is best suited for that.
So your reservation about the role, as you said, is if the particular person is on the payroll of the council.
Yes.
The second period where there was a person who was the independent ombudsman, my understanding is they were on the payroll, but at least it was kind of in a sense, a standalone position. They
Yes.
weren't also the legal officer.
Yeah, no, you're right.
That, even though on the payroll, but in a sense, a form of independence within council, does that satisfy your concerns?
Actually, that person that was in that position, I thought was very fair and in my opinion, did an excellent job of what she had to do. Sadly, she passed, and then we did not employ a replacement, if you like, for that position. But yes, as I said earlier, it depends on the person. And I believe the second time was definitely impartial, and I agreed with all and every decision that was made.
Now, you've given some evidence this morning about Councillor Ristevski.
Yes,
You originally were on council with him for the period 2012 to 2016,
yes, I was.
and then he was re-elected in the current council last September.
Yes.
Now, I want to ask you some questions about some events in February of this year. Now, in February of this year, the council still had an acting CEO, but the process for an appointment of a permanent CEO had commenced.
Yes.
Do you recall attending a meeting on the 20th of February 2025 where most of the councillors attended? I think Mr. Napick from the council staff attended,
Yes.
and some representatives of the then recruitment
Yes.
body attended.
Yes.
Do you recall any of the events of that meeting?
Any specific events?
I'll just bring up a document and just. We bring up, please, LCC.003.001.0134. Sorry, just. Commissioner, some of the events on the 20th of February are subject to a code of conduct complaint. I wanted to ask Mr. Harle about a file note which appears to record his assessment of the events. I don't know whether his account of the events leads to difficulty with the code of conduct. Basically, that the meeting on that day being subject to a complaint. My learned friend has raised it as to whether it's appropriate we move into a closed session just for this topic. As I said, I was hoping that I could get away with it just by looking at.
Not a matter of getting away with it. What's the basis of going to close? Councillor Harle's recollection of what's the risk of prejudice?
Right.
Commissioner, it's the process that's been taken to date. So I think a concern was raised at the start of the inquiry hearings because code of conduct complaints, while the confidentiality that attaches to that process doesn't bind you, Commissioner,
Yeah.
a practice has been adopted where events the subject of code of conduct complaints have been held to date in closed session. It was for this reason that I raised that with my learned friend as to whether or not this is now a topic that has historically in this inquiry been dealt with by way of closed session.
It
Now,
has,
that-
sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off. You go.
It may be that it's no longer necessary for that, but I'm just simply not in a position here and now to give that indication.
All right. It has been a practice out of abundance of caution, but it is a practice that I have been reflecting on as to whether evidence of facts is of a kind that has the potential, the real potential to prejudice a different investigative process as opposed to people's views about whether that constitutes a code of conduct complaint or otherwise. So in the interest of efficiency today, move to private session, but it is an issue that we need to grapple with pretty quickly because I may be being asked to write something about these factual events. And sitting here today, I'm not sure how I can do that in a report that's going to be laid on the table in Parliament. So I'm alive to the issue, but and I accept it's been a practice that's been adopted out of abundance. But moving forward, I think we need to grapple with whether it should be continued and whether the orders I've made in the past over all of the evidence I've made them over should be continued. But for the purposes of this afternoon, I'm prepared to proceed in that way. But moving forward, no one should assume that we're going to do that. And there might be very good reasons to continue it, but perhaps if you might reflect on that as well, and we can
Certainly,
see where we get to if this arises again.
certainly will.
Thank
Yeah,
you.
please.
Right. So you want to deal with? Thank you. Yes, we're back in.
Council meeting on the 26th of February 2025. I didn't want to spend too much time on it, but it was the meeting where a motion about the mayor attending some kind of Aerotropolis conference in Hong Kong was raised.
Yes,
Is it coming back?
yes.
And I didn't want to go to too much detail because the inquiry has watched the recording on a number of occasions, but if you want to watch it, we can take you to it. But if I can just say to you, at one point it appears in the proceedings that you then assume the chair. Do you recall that?
Probably, yes.
Do you recall why?
Uh,
You,
I think it was because the mayor had a conflict of interest, non-significant, non-pecuniary, but significant conflict of interest. He said to me, Councillor, you need to take the chair. I have a conflict of interest. You need to do this. And so I took the chair.
do you recall the identification by the mayor of what the conflict of interest was?
Yes, it was about the issue about him travelling to, I believe it was Singapore, Hong Kong. And I think it was Councillor Istevsky raised the issue that he wanted to accompany him. And of course, that caused a certain amount of friction. And hence the mayor left, went outside the meeting. I forget exactly, recollect exactly what happened thereafter. But I believe that was a deliberate attempt to cause friction between the two, which I mean, has always been significant.
And when you say your belief was that it was a deliberate attempt to create friction
Yes,
between the two,
yes.
who was attempting to create friction?
Councillor Istevsky,
And that was because of his proposal that he wanted
yes,
to go to the conference as well.
yes, yes.
Do you recall whether the mayor raised anything with you about work health and safety or anything like that?
He could have. I don't recollect the wording, but he was concerned about his safety. And as a matter of fact, before I took the chair, I spoke to him outside of the council chamber, and he raised concerns about his safety. And he said to me at the time that he felt threatened and therefore did not want to be anywhere near where that councillor was.
Did you say because he's in the council chambers and he sits at the table with the CEO next to him,
Yes,
and the other councillors, I'm doing it very roughly, are kind of depending on the ward or at the long table. Did he elaborate on why he felt threatened to be in the same room as Councillor Rostevsky?
his conversation to me at the time was that Councillor Rostevsky had threatened him in the past, and I don't know what that was, but those were the words the mayor said to me, and he said, I feel uncomfortable in continuing to chair the meeting under those circumstances, and it's up to you whether you want to continue with the meeting. So I did continue with it.
But he didn't give any details about when he had been threatened in the past by Councillor Rostevsky.
Not the details, but he did say he had been physically threatened by Councillor Rostevsky.
Was that new to you?
Yes,
Did you ever make any inquiries about what that was referring to?
no, it was just conversation. I believe it was his reason, the mayor's reason, why he felt uncomfortable and I should take the position.
So he said that to you and you decided that you would continue in the chair.
Yes,
Do you recall in that meeting that a number of the councillors associated with the Liberal Party left?
yes, they did.
Do you know why they left?
They also felt threatened, thought it was a safety issue, and I believe they may have moved a motion or tried to move a motion, and I had suggested Councillor Moon, who spoke to me, and said, Councillor, I feel threatened, and he wanted to move a motion to that effect, and I suggested that that motion would fail, and it probably wouldn't pass, but I said, it's up to you. And he did put up a motion. I forget exactly the wording of it, but it did fail. And I think they all left, but we still had enough councillors to conduct the rest of the business of council.
Did Mr. Moon elaborate on why he felt threatened? And when you said the councillors that eventually walked out also felt threatened, did they tell that to you subsequently?
They told me at the time they
But
would,
where did they tell you?
just before I took the chair, well, while I had the chair, they said, Councillor, we feel, I believe Councillor McNaught, Councillor AJ, and Councillor Amoon, in other words, all the Liberal councillors, felt threatened and walked out.
Did any of them give you any details as to why they felt threatened?
Yes, they said it's a work health and safety issue, and as such, we're walking.
But no other detail.
I don't recollect any other detail.
And as you said, there was a quorum and the meeting
Yes.
continued.
Yes,
Can I just ask you, you spoke about the meeting of the 20th of February and you were sitting next to Councillor Rostevsky, and in your words, you tried to calm him down. Excuse me for a minute. During this period of, since the new council's been elected with Mr. Manoon is the mayor and Councillor Rustesky. Have you had any informal discussions with Councillor Rustesky about his functioning within the council?
Yes.
What particular, and sorry, what have you said to him?
At one of the council meetings so long ago, suggested to him that he refrain from publishing negative material on Facebook, and in particular, negative comments about the mayor and other people. And then he more or less, I suggested that in the best interests of council, the community, that he would be better off not doing that. He wouldn't, basically, he said, yes, I will probably do that, but the council did, the cooperation, the cohesiveness of council deteriorated over a period of time to the point where at the moment, Councillor Rustesky and I do not speak. I feel that he is the problem that council is at the moment. The division that's within council at the moment, I believe, is due to Councillor Rustesky.
Okay. So there was a period when you were speaking
Yes,
and having
yes,
informal discussions, and they were primarily about comments he was making on his Facebook page.
Yes.
But it's now got to the stage where you two don't speak.
When I say we don't speak, at council, if there are council issues, certainly I will debate, and I think that there's a distinction between what happens at council and what happens in our private lives. As far as I'm concerned, the business of council is most important, and I will debate whatever at council meetings. But where previously we had private conversations, amiable conversations, that's no longer the case.
So those informal discussions that you gave evidence about, where you spoke to him about possibly refraining from
Yes.
some social media entries, that type of informal outside the council discussions wouldn't take.
No, I don't.
Ask you about code of conduct complaints.
Yes.
And as a member of council, you have heard reports by the CEO about the increase in the number of code of conduct complaints. Before the inquiry, there is a spreadsheet. I think the complaints probably since about October of last year. In the spreadsheet, I could only find one complaint by you.
Strange.
And we're dealing with a summary. What's the, if we can, no. Excuse me for a minute. I'm going to bring up a page, and I'm interested in complaint number 46. And as it's indicated, this is closed. I think we can do it in open session.
That the complaint is,
Yes.
there are other things around it that are going to be a problem.
We can't isolate that.
We bring it up in the room and
You just-
stream it and see if we can.
Just. if we don't live stream the exhibit, that was, yeah.
Let's just bring it up in the room. No one's sitting up the back, so.
Okay, INQ.05, right, 059.001.0001.
Not on the last one.
And if you can go through to page 15. And with the first, it was at 059. Yeah. And hopefully it's a spreadsheet.
Which number?
And it's on page 15, complaint number 46.
Second column? 46 in the second.
No, in the first column. Sorry, can you?
47. Blue number 47.
Okay. Yes.
We just blow it up a little. Roll across the left one.
You see it's in the first column 47.
You got that, Councillor?
Yes, I have.
Now, this is a spreadsheet maintained by the council, and you can see there is a reference to you're the complainant. It was a complaint against Councillor Amoon. See that?
Yes.
The date of the complaint was the 20th of February. And then we'll just jump across to the last column. You can see there's a reference to citizenship ceremony, reading of candidate names by councillor.
Yes.
Do you recall what that was?
Yes. We have citizenship ceremonies, and those citizenship ceremonies are supposed to be conducted by council staff, not by councillors. And so I objected to a councillor reading out the citizenship's names on the basis that I thought that is advantageous to an election. I thought to a degree that is favouritism, and it had occurred several times before with other councillors in the previous year. And I had raised objections to that, not formally like this, but to the director. And in this instance, because nothing was being done about it, it kept going. Councillors, not just one councillor, several councillors were on stage handing out certificates and moving people around and so on. I thought that's electioneering, particularly in an election year. I thought that was not on, and hence the complaint.
Is it common practice for the mayor of the day to attend and participate in these ceremonies?
The mayor, usually the mayor and or the deputy mayor, and I've been out there, and they do that. They hand out the certificates to the person receiving it. Then you have a photo taken it's a major event for new citizens.
Right.
But then when you have councillors doing that, I think that's,
So your distinction is other councillors being in those ceremonies beyond the custom of the mayor and the deputy mayor. Is that the concern?
yeah, it's your customary for the mayor and the deputy mayor. And if the mayor can't make it, there's been several instances where I've conducted the ceremony. The power automatically goes to the deputy mayor. But I would not have anybody, no councillor on stage unless they're asked to do a speech to represent the Minister for Immigration, for instance. That has occurred, but usually that's the federal member does that. I don't recollect any councillor ever doing that. I have been asked by the mayor when I wasn't the deputy mayor did I want to say anything to the audience? And as an immigrant to this country myself, I did, I think once in my 17 years, asked to come out and give an opinion, which I do. You know, you feel proud of the fact that people are coming to this country and making a home here. And I have done that, and I don't have a problem with that. But I think when councillors do the job that the council senior staff is supposed to do, I think that's infringing.
But what's that job? What was the job that the councillors were doing that
the
staff should have been doing at these ceremonies?
Reading out the names and ushering them into positions on the stage and so on.
I see.
So it's the usual procedure. If the mayor is there,
Yes,
the name is read out by a member of staff.
yes,
The ushering and organising people is done by another member of
another
staff.
member of staff.
And the role of the mayor or the deputy mayor is to hand over the certificate, shake the person's
Yes.
hand, and then have a photo taken.
Yes,
Right. And your concern in this particular incident was that a councillor was on stage reading out names or
yes,
being active when
Being-
you
yes. Being active and doing the job of a council staff person. And there's a bit of history to that. There's actually a council staff member had been doing that job for another name for a job. But the point is, this particular person had been doing that for at least 10 years. And then suddenly that person was taken off, and I thought that was.
and I jumped to the end of this row dealing with your complaint. It would appear that the outcome is unlikely to meet the threshold of code of conduct complaint referred to Director Community and Lifestyle.
Yes,
Were you informed of that result?
yes.
Who informed you of the result?
I can't recollect, but I do know that after I raised the issue, that disappeared, and we now have council staff. The process is the process is done properly now, and I'm quite happy with the process. I attend those as deputy mayor or even as just a councillor. I think it's really well worth. The community loves it. They feel proud that they are a member of the community, and they ask for photos to be taken with councillors and or the deputy mayor or the mayor. Quite often that happens, so I attend. And I think what council is now doing is really good. I think what they're doing. No problems.
From your description of how the complaint arose, is it fair to say it's something that you observed at a number of or a couple of citizenship ceremonies?
Yes, yes,
You raised that you were concerned about it,
yes.
but putting in a code of conduct complaint seemed to make your concerns official in a way?
To be honest, I do not actually remember putting in a code of conduct. I did send in an email to the director at the time stating that I had issues with that, and the result of that was that it was fixed. Now, whether it was put in as a code, I did not know that I had put in a code of conduct. That's the first I've seen that, but I did raise the issue with the director of community and culture, and that was Tina Bono.
So did you, from that, to understand that you didn't intend your you raising the issue to be a code of conduct complaint.
Exactly. I don't like raising code of conduct. I think those matters should be settled unless it's a really serious issue. I didn't think this was.
Whoever received it obviously treated it as a code of conduct complaint. That's no criticism of them, but that's what happened.
Somebody did.
But the issue you raised has been resolved.
Yes, the issue's been, I'm happy.
And sorry, did you receive some kind of email or letter saying, we are of the view that this doesn't meet threshold of the
No,
code
I
of
don't
conduct
remember.
complaint?
I don't recollect ever receiving anything like that.
Right. Did you receive any communication, or is it a matter now that you've observed at citizenship ceremonies that you've attended, in your view, the proper procedure is being?
Yes, it's being observed, yes.
I just want to pick up on one of your last answers. That is, I don't like to raise code of conduct complaints unless it's something very serious.
Yes,
Why is that?
just me. I hate conflict, hate confrontation. I think there are easier ways of settling differences than to make it something like this where it's costly, cost ratepayers and council money, and I don't believe that's necessary unless the circumstances warranted. I don't believe in this issue. This is an issue that I would have raised because there would have been discussions and it might have even involved legal counsel. I didn't want to do that.
When you say except where the circumstances warrant it, does that link back with part of your answer of it's got to be something, I think you described it as a serious issue?
Yes.
For a code of conduct complaint to be made and followed through?
Yes.
You said that you've been at council meetings where I think the CEO has given a report back that, you know, we've now got 100 code of conduct complaints and we're now got 150 and this is where they're at.
Yes.
And it does appear it's taking time for them to be resolved.
Yes.
With those code of conduct complaints, have you turned your mind as to whether they raise circumstances that warrant the code of conduct procedure being adopted, or have you not, in a sense, drilled down into what are these complaints, what are they raising?
When you say warrant, you mean in Councillor Harle's, against Councillor Harle's personal threshold?
Assessment, yes.
Well, Commissioner, I do rise to my feet at this point in time. I think precisely the topic that you mentioned earlier might be something if Councillor Harle is being asked to express a view on the merits of the underlying conduct the subject of the code of conduct. I'm not sure that that's a matter that's dealt with.
That question is at such a general level. I can't for the moment see how it could be pinned to any particular code of conduct complaint. If it goes further than that, I understand the proposition. But let's deal with the general, and then if we go below that, I hear what you say.
May it please.
We might just have the question again.
Mr. Hull, where I'm coming from, you've heard information from the CEO about an increase in the number of code of conduct complaints.
Yes.
And also that, you know, they're still being looked at, the majority of them. It's costing, I think as you gave evidence, it's costing the council money. Can I just first ask this question? Have you actually drilled down or looked at, well, what are these complaints? What are they raising? Or are you just receiving, in a sense, this macro information from the CEO?
Code of conduct, from my point of view, is something between a councillor and the CEO. It's not a matter you discuss with other councillors. Private issue. Those are the rules as far as I understand it to be. So I do not know what the code of conducts are. All I know is that there's, I think, probably 170 code of conducts at the moment. That is an enormous number compared to any I'll sit further away, to any
Wake us all up.
previous term of council. You know, I think the spreadsheet that's presented shows there's an average of maybe less than 10 code of conducts for the whole of the year. And all of a sudden, for a period of a few months, we have 150, 160 or whatever it is now. That is highly unusual. I have a personal opinion as to why that's occurred, and I can understand why those are occurring. There is information that's presented on social media that is ill-informed, misinformed, in some cases lies, and derogatory information. And some of the material that I've seen is absolutely disgusting. So I would suggest that if that was aimed at me, I would take code of conduct against those sorts of things that are occurring. It's sad that it is. I have personally not put any code of conduct in, to the best of my knowledge, other than the one that you showed. I have not done that. I believe
You might
in
not have put in any.
negotiations.
But I suppose the upshot from your evidence is obviously the complainant who raises the code of conduct complaint, there's confidentiality surrounding that.
Yes,
So you are not party to the details of particular complaints.
No.
You've seen some social media posts
yes,
which you have a particular view about,
yes.
but you haven't raised a code of conduct complaint about those, and you're uncertain whether anybody else has.
That's true. I have a suspicion.
Yeah.
But I do not. From the information that I've seen, I would, if I were the person who was this pointed at, I most certainly would put in a code of conduct.
Excuse me. Now, just excuse me for a minute. Mr. Harle, I want to ask you about some events at two meetings of council on the 24th and 25th of September this year.
Yes.
Excuse me. Do you recall at those meetings, there was a notice of motion proposed or filed by Councillor Wistewski, which raised the Facebook page of the council?
Yes.
Now, if we can go to first the minutes, actually, we might go to the agenda for the 24th of September, and if I can just take you through the issue and how it was dealt with in the two meetings. The agenda is INQ.072.001.0004 that can be live streamed. You can see agenda, ordinary council meeting, 24th September, and can we go through to page 327? Please? You see notice of motion number 2, transparency and fairness in the use of the council Facebook page.
Yes.
If we can move down that page, you can see the author is Councillor Wistewski.
Yes.
There's the background.
Yes.
and it refers to recent public hearings have highlighted concerns. And can we keep on moving down the page? I think we come to a notice of motion. Right. And then the notice of motion, paragraph 1 is acknowledge the findings of the public inquiry hearings. And
I
then
made any?
I know, we'll come back to that in a minute. And then number 2 is directing the Chief Executive Officer to prepare a policy. And then also in paragraph 3 about where councillors attend official functions, etc. Their role is acknowledged and given appropriate recognition on council's Facebook page.
Yes.
All right. So that was the notice of motion. If we can move to the minutes for the September the 24th, and this is INQ.072.001.0011. Right, can we just first jump to page 13? And you can see there's the notice of motion being considered. Can we jump back to page 3? This is under the section declarations of interest. Now we'll jump over the first one. We then have Councillor Moon declaring a non-pecuniary significant interest in the following item, and it's that notice of motion. Does not wish to involve in the discussion due to the ongoing investigation with the public inquiry into Liverpool City Council, of which he is a participant.
Yes.
If we then follow through, Councillor McNaught, a similar non-pecuniary significant interest. She's currently under subpoena, under oath with evidence yet to be completed, will not participate in discussion related to the investigation. Then we've got Councillor AJ, does not wish to involve in discussion due to ongoing investigation. Go to the next one, please. There you are. You make that declaration, currently under subpoena, etc.
Yes.
And then we've got Councillor Hart, has been issued with a summons, etc. And then we've got Councillor Dr. Green declaring the same interest in similar terms. And then I think it records that originally Dr. Green was a less than significant interest, and then it was changed to a significant. And then, is that the last one? And then the next page, we've got the mayor declaring a similar interest.
Yes.
Now, can we jump back to page 13? So we've got the notice of motion, and you can see above that the mayor and the councillors left the chamber.
Yes.
And then if we have a look at the notice of motion, keep on going. Councillor Monaghan then refers to the code of meeting practice. And then if you keep on continuing, then I think this is the substance, that the meeting be adjourned due to the absence of a quorum and reconvene on the 25th of September. That was carried by the councillors still present.
Yes.
Okay, so it's been adjourned to the 25th. Could we then go to the minutes of the 25th of September? INQ.072.001.0010. Yes. You can see there the minutes of the adjourned meeting. And we go through to page 50. If we first go to page 3. Now this time we've got a declaration of interest by Dr. Green. And then if we continue down, you've got, oh no, Mayor Manoon during discussion withdrew his conflict of interest declaration in the following item due to amendments to the recommendation. And then if we can jump through to page, I think it was 54. We've got the same motion. Keep on going. And we've got the motion in the same terms. You can see acknowledging the findings of the public inquiry hearings. And if we keep on going, we've got council decision. And can you see in this motion that was, sorry, just move a little bit, yeah, moved by Councillor Ristevski, seconded by Councillor Monahan, that first paragraph which referred to findings of the public inquiry has disappeared, has been removed.
Right.
And there's this reference to the Chief Executive Officer preparing a clear and transparent office policy,
Yes.
and it follows in the same substance. And if we keep on going to the bottom of the page, we've got voting for all those councillors. And then if we move to the next page, we had Councillor McNaughton, Councillor AJ voted against it. But again, it reiterates that the Mayor advised that he no longer declared a conflict of interest following the amendment to the recommendation.
Yes.
So that just sets the scene. The first paragraph in the original motion, I'm sorry, withdraw that. You declared a conflict of interest in the first meeting, but you didn't make that declaration in the second.
No, because that first part of the notice of motion was removed. I actually spoke to Councillor Ristevski and I said, you are going to cause the same issue that occurred last time. You will not have a quorum. So my suggestion to you is to remove reference to the public inquiry, and then we can continue with the motion. And Councillor Ristevski did do that.
When did you speak to him?
At the meeting, I believe. It might have been during the meeting, sometime during the meeting. I walked up to him and said, Councillor Ristevski, I suggest X, Y, Z. And that came from, there was a broadcast on one of the local radio stations where they had suggested, instead of councillors walking out, why did they not just change the order of the meeting and then put it to the end instead of at the beginning, which is what we did do, and consequently the meeting was allowed to continue. And as I said, I spoke to Councillor Ristevski. He acknowledged that he would do that, and he did, and then the meeting continued. We then shifted that to the end of the meeting, and then if again you had issues, at least all the ordinary business of council would have been conducted, and you wouldn't have had the loss of anyway.
All right, can I go back to the meeting of the 24th of September?
Yes.
Did you have a discussion with your fellow councillors before the meeting about a potential conflict of interest?
Yes, I did.
Who did you have the discussion with?
I think the councillors that were next to me, the Labor councillors. I would have suggested to them that I had a conflict of interest, and as such, and I'm coming to the inquiry, that I could not debate issues that were subject to the inquiry. And the notice of motion actually had information that was relevant or was obtained from a previous public inquiry session.
Well, sorry, I'll come back to that in a minute. But before the meeting actually commenced,
Yes,
did you have any discussion with any of the other councillors about the concern with a conflict of interest?
I believe I did. I don't know.
Who
I
did you
mean,
discuss it with?
I spoke to Councillor Green because he had been on here as well. I think Councillor Green was probably one of the only ones. I suggested to the others that I had a conflict of interest, and I would.
Sorry, when you say I suggested to the others, who are the others?
Councillor Hanib, who sits next to me at the council.
Sorry, I'm just trying to make a distinction.
Yes,
Not Ray, I'm asking you about before the meeting commences and before you've entered the chamber. So any discussions leading up to the meeting that you had with any of your other fellow councillors about this conflict of interest?
no, I don't recall having done that.
To your knowledge, did any of the other councillors discuss amongst themselves this conflict of interest?
Not that I know of.
All right. Was the problem the first paragraph of the notice of motion, which referred to findings of the public inquiry?
Yes,
Why do you say that was a problem?
I actually asked for legal advice on.
Hold on.
Don't tell me what your legal advice
No,
was.
no, but you asked for legal advice?
Yes,
When did you ask for it?
before the council meeting.
Was legal advice provided?
Yes,
Who was it provided by?
the lawyers understand were Lindsay Taylor.
Right, so an outside firm.
Yes,
All right. That advice, was it given in a written document?
yes,
It was provided to you?
yes,
To your knowledge, was it provided to other councillors?
yes.
And when I say to other councillors, to your knowledge, all councillors or specific councillors?
I assume all council. I don't remember.
You don't know, but
It's in the email. The addresses would have been in the email, and I think it went to all council. It wasn't addressed purely to me. I'm fairly certain of that.
all right. To your knowledge, how did the advice come about? Did you specifically ask for it?
Yes,
Okay. And who did you raise that request with?
with the Farouk Portelli, and I'm not sure exact position, the governance team.
Is that there's either
Mr. Portelli.
Mr. Portelli, then is it Mr. Galpin?
Yes,
Mr.
David
Day.
Galpin. Yes, David Galpin.
So you raised your request with those people,
Yes,
and then the next thing you know, there is an email which attaches a legal advice.
yes,
And your recollection is the advice is sent to all councillors.
yes. I think the advice included.
Hang on, stop. I'm sorry to cut you off, but you might be inadvertently waiving privilege that
Yes,
is not just yours.
It will be the
If it was just the council, maybe, if it was just the council's proceed, but I'm troubled that it's been given to other individuals and perhaps the organisation.
I think without the email and more details, it's hard to say. Could I just ask, you're about to say something, were you going to, in your answer, reveal the content of the advice?
Yes.
Okay, stop.
That brings that to an abrupt halt. All right, and a whole raft of people will object if I stray too far. But aside from that first paragraph of the motion, which referred to findings, probably, in fairness to the author, intended as a reference to evidence. Once that had gone away, the rest of the motion, as was proposed, was able to be debated
Yes,
and considered,
yes.
and ultimately enjoyed
settled.
significant support amongst the councillors
Yes.
based on the minutes.
I want to bring up a document created by you, which is INQ.076.001.0002. Yes. This is your Facebook page.
Yes,
And when I say your Facebook page, it's your Facebook page as a councillor.
yes.
And it seems to be posted.
Sorry, Ms. McDonald, I've just had 3 or 4 very quick calls from a school number.
Oh,
Right, can I just take 2 minutes and make sure that everything's okay? I'm sure it is, but given the frantic nature in which someone's been trying to get a hold of me. Councillor, feel free to stretch your legs for 2 minutes. I expect I'll be back momentarily.
all in one piece.
You can ask that question. I'm sure he's fine.
Councillor, your Facebook entry, you talk you're giving an explanation to people who read your Facebook account as to the unusual council meeting of the 24th of September.
Yes.
In it, you say the way it's expressed, the significant conflict of interest that dealt with subject matter currently before the public inquiry into Liverpool City Council.
Yes.
The Commissioner asked you some questions about that. Your answer was it was the wording in the first paragraph, which the way it was described seemed to suggest that there had been findings of the inquiry, but probably it was referring to evidence. Do you remember the Commissioner just put that to you?
I'm sorry, I didn't hear all you said. No,
Well, if ever that happens, feel free to sing out because I don't want you to be misunderstood. What I was raising with you is based on your answers to some earlier questions. That was the paragraph of the proposed motion that had caused some concerns. And
Yes.
what I'd observed was, although there was a reference to findings, in fairness to the author, it was probably in context intended to mean evidence rather than finding. And that once that was removed, the rest of the motion could be debated and based on the minutes actually received substantial support amongst the governing body.
I believe, from my point of view, the word public inquiry in that motion that excluded me from participating in that motion.
Mm.
The fact that it was public inquiry continuing and the actual notice of motion had issues that related to the public inquiry.
When you say related to, were you concerned
Evidence.
about discussing evidence
Yes.
that
it
was before the inquiry, but once that had been taken off the table,
Yes.
council could deal with the
You could-
substance, the meat of it,
Yes.
without having to get into what might have been said by a witness or in a document before
Yes.
me. Have I understood that?
That's basically it. Yes.
So, Mr. Harle, where you say in that substantive first paragraph, there was a significant conflict of interest that dealt with subject matter currently before the public inquiry, from your answer that you just gave, that's strictly not correct.
Probably not.
It's not the fact that the motion was dealing with a topic or a subject that the public inquiry is also dealing with, but more the fact that the motions seem to refer to evidence, documents, or in the public inquiry.
Yes,
So that theoretically, if council want to consider an issue, which coincidentally the inquiry is still dealing with, there is no bar or problem with the council dealing with that issue. Can you see what the point I'm making?
yes, in a sense.
Mm-hmm.
My issue with that is, again, the notice of motion that was put up.
Try
That
and
is the problem. That
Try and-
is the issue.
the particular notice of motion out of your mind for this reason, because the answer that you've given, my interpretation of it, it's not a problem that a subject matter is being dealt with here and being dealt with in council. It was that notice of motion which referred to evidence or alleged findings of the inquiry that you thought was problematic.
Yes,
So if there is a subject matter, and this has occurred in a number of circumstances, that the inquiry is looking into or considering, and the council also look at their subject, that subject matter might develop a new policy, there's no problem with that.
I'm not sure. I have, to be on the safe side, I was looking at it in terms of anything that is before the public inquiry, council should not be debating, my view.
All right, but that hasn't been followed in any of the other council meetings, has it?
But, well, yes, it has. We have not had any matter discussed at council that is, has been discussed at this public inquiry that I know of.
Well, for example, you've got a new social media policy.
Yes,
There's been evidence before that social media policy was adopted before the commission about social media issues
Yes.
and the adequacy of policies within the council.
that,
Rise to my feet at this point. The question has been put quite broadly, without criticism, quite broadly on the basis of matters that may be dealt with here, may be dealt with in council. There's a broad range of matters that have been discussed here, from social media policies, council interaction, right down to very specific matters of propriety on matters such as the purchase of 600 Cowpasture Road. There may be, I don't know, some reason why it would be inappropriate for the council sitting to raise an issue about the propriety of the purchase of 600 Cowpasture Road when the inquiry may address the same issue. There are obviously very broad issues, such as social media policy, council interaction policy, where it would be entirely appropriate to deal with them. And I wonder if it may be put more specifically in circumstances where Councillor Harle has expressed some reservation about being able to give an opinion on that matter, as it was in the previous question.
Well, I think Councillor Assisting's question picked up on Councillor Harle's answer, which was general. But there may be a distinction, but I think the question as asked is fine, and Councillor Harle can. Councillor, if any point in time you feel the need to draw a distinction between certain issues, you're absolutely at liberty to do that. But as I understood your earlier answer, and correct me if I'm wrong, you had a general view that anything that had been before me shouldn't be discussed at a council meetings. If I understood you correctly, all right. Well, then perhaps Councillor Assisting can explore from there.
My putting to one side meetings in September and October of this year, is it the case that that issue has never arisen before at a council meeting?
Not that I know of.
You've agreed that the statement in your Facebook posting that a significant conflict of interest that dealt with subject matter currently before the public inquiry was too broad.
Probably.
From that, do we take your view is that there may be matters that the inquiry is considering which shouldn't be considered by the council at its meetings?
Yes.
So there is, in a sense, a possible subgroup of topics or subjects which the commissioner is interested in, but the council is also independently interested in.
I don't know the answer to that, to be honest. I was, at this stage, I was replying to a number of comments that were made on Facebook, some derogatory, and I was simply trying to give an explanation as to why councillors left the meeting and there was a shortfall in a quorum. Now, there were some very nasty comments and assumptions made, and I was simply trying to give the point of view of a councillor rather than broad speculation made by comments on Facebook.
It's your posting. You've made the comment.
Yes.
What I'm trying to, and in your answers, I put to you that the commissioner can deal with subject matters and council can deal with subject matters.
Yes.
And from your answers, you seemed to be hesitant in accepting that position. And I'm putting to you, is it your view that there is a subgroup of topics or subjects that the commissioner is considering which the council should not consider until the public inquiry is over?
Probably, that's probably the position I would take.
Can you help me in how do you identify? You're the one who declares the conflict of interest. How do you identify that subgroup of topics that you think council shouldn't be discussing? And if it is raised, I will declare a conflict.
I would simply be looking at what has been discussed at the inquiry so far, and if there are issues that come up at council where those points have been discussed at the inquiry, considering that there are discussions in private, in closed session, that the public is not aware of, that I'm not aware of. And so taking the safer option is that I believe if it has been or is currently in the inquiry, I don't believe I should be participating in anything that, particularly notice of motions, that include that material.
Include what references to evidence that's been given before
Yeah.
me. Is that what you mean by that material?
Well, I'm just simply saying material that has been covered in the past so far, if that's been discussed and probably subject to further inquiries, further discussion, should council be discussing those items?
All right, you've talked, in that answer you referred to material. I was asking you about topics or subjects. If there is a topic being raised, which the Commissioner is interested in and heard some evidence, but the council is considering the same topic, but without reference to, oh, look, Joe Bloggs gave evidence about this in the inquiry. Do you see any problem with that?
Yes, I do.
All right, so it comes down to subject matter
Yes,
from your perspective.
probably, yes.
Okay. In the past, and I think Mr. Parish gave 2 examples. For example, an issue that was raised early in the inquiry was councillor interaction with staff,
Yes,
and council have approved a new councillor staff policy.
yes.
Now, just testing the view that you've just expressed, on your view, council shouldn't have considered that new policy and introduced it because the inquiry considered that topic and is probably still considering.
I hadn't considered that in there as such. My view on the change in policy wasn't related to the public inquiry at the time when the policy was made. The policy basically wanted to change the order that councillors can get information from staff. That was the reason for the change in policy. I don't understand or know if the inquiry was the cause of that change.
Can I just take you back to your Facebook page?
Yes,
Sorry, Commissioner, I noticed the time.
How much longer?
I've probably got about 5 or 10 more minutes. I think other people have, I know Mr. Parish has some questions. Would you excuse me? Ms. Hamilton Jewell has some questions. I did note that there was a swearing in later on this afternoon. I didn't know.
Well, that yes, there is, but that shouldn't. If Councillor Harle could be finished today, it happen. But if he's not going to be finished today in any event, then I might take a different course.
Could you just
Yes.
excuse me? About 40 minutes.
That might be stretching. All right, I think. Well, should we sit on? Does anyone have a difficulty in sitting on the, you do? All right. Okay, then I'll adjourn. Multiple people rose to their feet as soon as I said, has anyone got a difficulty? So,
Opposite problem.
you've got the
I'm
opposite.
not available tomorrow and Mr. Emmett will be here, but he'll only be here remotely. It would have been more convenient if I could have asked my 10 minutes questions now rather than.
All right, you can do that. Once Ms. McDonald's finished, you can do that.
Can we go back to the Facebook page? You then say, had they attended and debated the notice of motion, they could have been subject to disciplinary action. What's the disciplinary action?
Basically code of conduct.
And what was the code of conduct? What basis?
A good question. To be honest, I don't really understand what, maybe I shouldn't have said it that way. I was simply trying to inform the public that there are issues that they don't understand why councillors did what they did. The perception by the public was that the councillors they just simply walked out because they didn't want to debate the issue. What I'm trying to say is that's not the case. There are implications for councillors, and the advice that was given to us implied that there were consequences. Now, maybe my wording isn't good enough to do that, but that's basically what I was trying to say to the public, that we were accused of being cowards and walking out. Well, that wasn't the case.
What are the possible contempt of court charges?
Oh, that's something I just thought.
Okay, because, all right, so you can't really elaborate on what you meant by that?
If we did gave information that was illegal, or if we refused to attend, or all the issues that have to do with contempt of court, giving false information, those kinds of. I may have got it wrong. My explanation may not be.
All right. You've given evidence that this advice was provided.
Yes.
I'm not going to ask you about this, but another topic arose, I think, in September, then the October meeting, dealing with the position of the staff in that matter, if I describe it in that way. You know what I'm talking about?
Staff matter.
Another issue has arisen.
Yes.
In which there was a notice, I think a notice of motion, and it's described as either a staffing matter or dealing with the position of the CEO.
Yes.
Now, do you know what I'm talking about?
No, to be honest, but elaborate and see if I can.
There is a motion, I think, moved by Councillor Monaghan concerning the CEO and his position and suspension.
Yes.
Right? So you know what I'm
Know what
talking
you're
about
talking
now?
about. Yes.
And there have been 2 council meetings where a motion, which may be in different terms in October, has been put before council,
Yes.
but it hasn't been debated because there was a decision by the mayor that it was illegal in some way.
Yes.
In res-
Well, whilst that pause, Ms. Richardson, I'm sorry, I should have asked you whether us doing this little bit causes you any difficulty.
I will to go in a couple of minutes, but I've had a discussion with the parish about the topic that he wishes to address, so I'm not prejudiced by him doing that and me going.
Yes,
If that's a good thing.
yes, I'm sorry, I should have asked you that earlier.
Right. So we know what I'm talking about.
Yes.
In respect of those notices of motion, there is a reference in the meetings about an advice, a legal advice,
Yes.
and it is stated that that legal advice was obtained from the same outside firm, Lindsay Taylor. That advice, is it different from the advice that you referred to of seeking and receiving before the meeting which concerned the motion about the Facebook?
I object just to point out that is it different from the advice as both
I think it's clear enough in the question, but to be you mean were there 2 advices or
Yes.
1?
Sorry. You received an advice on the notice of motion dealing with Facebook.
Yes.
There is reference in the council meeting to an advice by Lindsay Taylor
Yes.
concerning the motion that was before September and October
Yes.
on a different topic.
Yes.
Is that a second advice?
Yes.
Right. So one advice on Facebook notice of motion, second advice on CEO suspension.
I believe so.
All right. that second advice, did you request it?
No,
Do you know how it came about, who made the request?
I don't.
Have you been given a copy of that advice?
But I have been given a copy of all the legal advice.
Of what,
Okay.
sorry?
All the legal advice that was sent to all the council.
That was going to be my next question. Was it similar to the way you described the notice of motion Facebook legal advice? Is that it was circulated via an email, which in the addresses included all the
All-
councillors?
I believe so.
Excuse me? There's no further questions.
Yes.
Can I be,
Of course.
so I understand, are we coming back with Councillor Harle tomorrow?
Whether tomorrow or another day
yeah.
that's convenient to him. I think we'll finish Mr. Parish and then it's been a long day
Thank
for
you.
everybody and we'll resume. So if there's a need for you to seek leave to ask some questions, then there'll be an opportunity. Thank you. Yes, Mr. Parish.
Thank you, Commissioner. Yeah, 3 quick topics. I'll start at the most recent of the 3 topics I'm going to clarify, and then we're going to work back to the start if that helps you locate them in your memory. The first one related to your reference to the lack of KPIs for the CEO, Mr. Ajaka. Do you recall giving some evidence about that?
Yes.
I'm going to show you a few documents and see if it jogs your memory. Can we please bring up LCC.010.007.5271? Yes, please. Now, you were not a recipient or sender of this email, so I don't expect you'll be familiar with it, but I'll just take you through it. It's an email from Michelle McAvaney on the 5th of September 2023 to Mr. Ajaka, copying in Deborah Cuthbertson and Farouk Patelli. Do you see that?
Mm-hmm.
You see the heading is Draft CEO Performance Agreement,
Yes.
and you see that it has an attachment to it, Draft CEO Performance Agreement - the Council.
Yes.
Below that it says, hi John, please find below a draft of your performance agreement prepared for the Mayor by Farouk and I. See that?
Yes.
Were you aware at around that time in September 2023 that there were documents going between these parties?
I don't believe so.
We can take that down and I'll take you to another document. It's LCC.010.007.5540. Similarly, you wouldn't necessarily be aware of this email. You are not a recipient or a sender, but it is similar to the last email insofar as it's sent the same day and has much the same body.
Sorry, we just scrolled. I just couldn't see that.
Thank you. It is from Mr. Ajaka, and it is a meeting request. You see that? It has attendees Farouk Portelli and Michelle McAvaney,
Mm-hmm.
and it has location CEO office, and the subject is to discuss the draft performance agreement.
Yes.
See that?
Yes.
Were you aware that a meeting was scheduled on the September 2023 to discuss a draft performance agreement with Mr. Portelli and Ms. McIlvaney?
Not that I remember, that I can recall, no.
You take that down, and then the next document I'll show you is LCC.010.008.0630. Yes. I don't expect you to have to refresh your memory or read through the whole thing, but just looking at the cover page there, that's the Chief Executive Officer Performance Review Document 2023 to 2024 Performance Agreement for CEO John Ajaka. Do you see that on the front page?
Yes.
If we scroll down the second page, being prepared by Mason Blackadder for the CEO, Mr. John Ajaka, with some spaces for Mr. Moon and Mr. Ajaka to sign. Do you see that?
Yes.
And can I ask you at this point, do you have any recollection of seeing a document such as this?
I do not recollect seeing any documentation to do with either a draft or the full APM
Thank you.
agreement. No, I don't.
Thank you. That can be taken down. You asked some questions about the WEAR report and particularly the amended report, which was dated 19 June 2024. Do you recall that?
I only saw the latest report.
Yes, and I think your evidence was you don't quite remember how that came to you or in what context that came to you. Is that correct?
Yes.
We can pull up document LCC.010.001.4075. Yes. If we scroll down a little bit to the email from Mr. Breton on Monday, June 24, 2024 at 6:35 p.m, you'll see there that that's all the councillors and their email addresses
Yes.
over 4 lines, and you're on the second line there. Do you see that?
Yes.
And you'll see in the second paragraph, it's attaching the WEAR report and a memo relating to the investigation, which identifies
Mhm.
the report. Does that jog your memory at all? Is it possible that that was the circumstance in which you received a copy of the amended WEAR report dated 19 June 2020?
Most likely.
Thank you.
Sorry, where do I see that it's the amended WEAR report that's attached to that email?
That's a separate document I wasn't proposing necessarily to take them to now.
No,
And I
but
didn't.
there's a link between this
Yes.
email and that attachment.
Yes.
In a convenient time, if you can pass on the document ID of the document that makes that good, I'd be great.
Thank you, Commissioner. Thank you. That can be taken down. You'll recall at the very start of the day, there are some questions about accepting the nomination for Deputy Mayor.
Yes.
And you talked about whether or not you should accept that nomination, and you said you were put under pressure to
Yes.
accept it.
Yes.
Is it a member of the staff of the council or a member of the governing body of?
Member of the governing body.
Thank you. Those are my questions.
This is probably a question for you, Mr. Parrish. You took Councillor to what appeared to be a draft CEO performance agreement. Was it ever finalised?
That is the only version we have in our files, the unsigned one, which is that last document. And we're making some inquiries about that.
Okay, all right.
But my main purpose was to establish.
No, I
whether
understand.
it's seen by, but
I
we are
understand
making those.
the purpose of your question. It's just a question that occurred to me. If I don't ask it now, I'll forget to ask it later. So, can you return to that sometime over the next 2 weeks as to whether there's a different version in the council record?
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank
All
you.
right, councillor, I'm sorry, Ms. Hamilton-Jewell, I was about to adjourn. Do you want to do anything different?
No, I'm not.
All right. Councillor, it's been a long day, and we will need to get you back to finish your evidence. I'll let you go for the moment because we're already well past the time at which you said you were told your transport to be available to pick you up. So I'm grateful for your patience this afternoon. Those assisting me will be in contact with you to find a convenient time, whether that be tomorrow or in the coming days, to get you back for the last little passage of your evidence. But I'm most grateful for your attendance and your assistance over a long day today. And I'll see you again for another brief period that you're free to go for this afternoon.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Is there anything else to do this afternoon? All right. Thank you, everybody. I'll 10 a.m. tomorrow.
Yes.
Adjourn until 10 a.m. tomorrow.